Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to the LCK Summer 2020. It is me, Valdez, with LS, of course, here for this Thursday afternoon. We have a big day of LCK today. It is going to start off with Afrika versus Hanwha Life, which we are kind of expecting Afrika to come in. They've been very strong against the lower level teams here in the LCK. And then later on, of course, the match of the week and maybe of the round. Dalmon up against DRX. It's going to be a big day today, Alex.
I mean, I imagine that the second match that we're going to have is going to probably decide first seed moving into summer playoffs, and so there is a lot of hype around that. I personally think it's Damwon favored.
Yeah.
So, you know.
The Chovy.
We know how the player of the game votes are going to go.
Enthusiast,
but,
yeah.
That's how it is. But Afrika, starting off the day, they're against a team on the east side of the bracket, and so if, you know, things are going to remain a constant, Afrika probably is going to speedrun it.
I mean, that's what we've seen, at least up against One Prince, who unfortunately are really down in the dumps recently.
Yeah.
Hanwha Life, I suppose they're only one small step above that. So if we do look at the history of the two teams, it does kind of dictate that Afrika should come in strong and take the victory. Will it be a speed run? Will Hanwha Life actually fight back? Can Viper and Lehens do anything? All questions to be answered here, but so far it has been Afrika stomping the bottom teams and then getting stomped by the upper teams, which is probably the biggest case of a gatekeeper team that we've had in a while.
Yeah, I think that Afrika, I mean, when we take a look at the standings, they're 6-5 right now, very close with T1 for that fourth place, and then you have the big three. So, Hanwha Life, 1-10. Honestly, they're, you know, I mean, they're struggling. You know, it's just one of those, it's one of those things going on. So we'll see how they can manage to do here tonight. There is not a lot of time left in the split, Valdez. We are in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And so there's a limited amount of games that all of these teams are going to actually be playing. So every win counts right now. Now, fortunately, there's no more relegation.
Yeah.
So I guess they got that going for them. But still not a good feelings. And later on tonight, you and I are going to have to right the wrongs that are going on here. Sorry, Genji. Sorry to Arnold as well. But
so we got to get Showmaker up more towards the top is what you're saying? Or maybe
drink the Kool-Aid.
I'm not sure exactly what you're talking
the Kool-Aid,
about.
Valdez. I have no idea what you're talking about. But later on tonight, Chovy will make his way to you know, first place. But pick ban percentage top 5. We're gonna be on 10-14 still.
Yep. In
the LCK. That is surprising. I don't know what is causing that. Do you know, perhaps?
You know, I'm not sure, actually, because...
Or is it just saying we... Okay, so regardless, though, I mean, Volibear, 100% pick ban rate. Obviously, I don't agree with that whatsoever, especially if you look at the context surrounding his wins and what he offers. Karma doesn't really need that big of an introduction. She's just so powerful. She's really having her legs just taken out from under her in the patch note changes that you might have seen Mark Yetter, I hope that I'm saying his last name right. If I'm not, I apologize, tweeted about earlier on. Points of the match, though, Afrika, who never lost against the East, versus Hanwha Life, who wants to avoid another losing streak, who will be today's victor. I would imagine that it would be Afrika to answer that question. And I don't know what Hanwha Life are really supposed to do coming up against Afrika here, because Hanwha Life, even in some of their victories, it really feels like it's their opponents faltering, where Afrika has never shown that kind of weakness against East Side teams.
Yeah, for some reason, that's their main strength. Just wish they could show some of that strength up against some stronger teams, but we haven't seen that yet either. It is going to be Dudu up against Keen up in the top side. I think that is actually a bit more interesting of a matchup compared to the mid lane, which is also highlighted here. Miro, he's got some really good Galio. You've seen a lot of Galio plays in recent times. Speaking of your boy Chovy, of course, coming out with the probably biggest highlight of last week on his Galio. I wonder if they'll just ban it away from Miro. And he should be starting here for the side of Hanwha Life. He's been having a lot more success than Lava in the mid lane, so definitely not to be unexpected there. As we're going to take a look at some of the stats as well from the teams.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that Afrika in tonight's series, they should have a pretty easy time on the top side of the map, pretty much. And then obviously Afrika's bottom lane, I think that they're more than potent enough, especially because Lahens, who historically was one of the best supports in LCK, really just having a bit of a rougher split here in Summer, which is so surprising because he's paired with Viper. So we'll see what ends up happening. Team stats, Afrika really living up to where they're standing right now in the LCK. 5th in KDA, 6th in team goal difference at 10. Win rate, however, with the gold lead at 10, they're 87.5%. And, well, I guess if Hanwha Life have a gold lead at 10 minutes, they do win sometimes. That is...
Yeah, one time. Yeah, just the one. We're going to take a look at some of the rosters here. Nothing really to be expected out of the ordinary here for Afrika. But really what we have to look at is Hanwha Life side and see which of the subs are going to be playing up on the top side, who is playing mid lane, and all that fun stuff. So we do have Dudu and Haru rejoining. They had some success up against T1 in their recent match. So it's not too surprising for me to see these three players coming out here once again. Of course, Viper and Lahens will be the bottom lane, struggling to 1v9, I guess we can say, just for Viper. Yeah. As you mentioned, Lahens not having too much fun on the team, as it is going to be Mystic up against Viper as the key player matchup. You can see that Viper has the highest damage percentage out of any 80 carry in the LCK, and it's pretty much because he's the only one doing any damage for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Hanwha Life is mostly just Viper Life. Basically the team, once it tries to get going, and it's just going to be very hard for him here against Afrika in tonight's series. Hanwha Life is going to be on the red side, so we'll see if they can actually utilize that in any sort of creative way. Obviously, a lot of LCK teams have struggled in doing that. But there's always a first for some series, and we look forward to seeing what's going to happen here.
Talkative as always is Lahens. He's got a lot to say. Going back and forth here between him and Viper, and I'm glad we highlight that there. Keen, he's been doing okay. I don't think he's really the juggernaut that we've seen in past splits, and I think it's partly because of the way that his team is performing nowadays. Dudu here, we have seen him become kind of a solo killing machine, but we'll see how he does up against Keen. I don't think that's going to be just a easy matchup at all.
Yeah, and I mean, well, we're going to jump right into the ban pick here. So let's take a look at what is about to happen. Afrika, what is going to be their first ban? Looks like they are pondering a little bit, and it's going to be Galio, whose eyes look about as dead as I would, you know, when you're having to ban away. You're having to ban it away, but
I guess those are his eyes. I never even actually realized
that. Never realized those were
I thought they were like covered by the mask for some reason.
Well, Callista's eyes are lit up. Ooh, we got a little bit of Shadow Isles on the side of Hanwha Life's ban phase. Karthus. Now, it's interesting, right? Because Spirit said that Karthus wasn't that good, which I think is stemming from some things. You know, don't really have a very nice way to phrase it. But Karthus, very strong in the later stages of the draft when the situations are present. He can really just be the best jungler in certain spots, and then he can take over. But nonetheless, Set gonna get banned away again. And he's another champion that just had his kneecap smashed in yet again in the planned nerfs that are coming for him again.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see where that champion ends up. If they keep nerfing him, maybe we just won't see any more Aphelios, which would be sad. Sivir's being hovered here. Really don't think that's going to be the choice. Spirit just trolling a little bit. Ashe is definitely much more meta, we could say. And it goes along with the Volibear very nicely. Let's see what they're going to go for here into the support role, you would imagine. They're hovering the Pantheon.
Yeah. Could definitely be. No, they're going to swap over to Lulu. Now Nautilus. And so Ashe, Nautilus, and Volibear for Afrika. Obviously heavy amounts of hard engage. And a bit of pick as well with the Ashe Arrow and Nautilus. On Life now, they're going to pick up the Olaf. We've seen Olaf and Karma really run things around. I would expect a Yuumi ban to actually still come in, given that Karma's able to go mid and top lane, and then you have Yuumi with Olaf. Well, Yuumi Karma with Olaf and Aphelios, which is a pretty big dream setup against a team composition that's having to run into you. I think every day of the week right now, you'd rather have Hanwha Life's 3 as opposed to Afrika's in this instance. Zoe and Nidalee now being banned away.
It's Lehens too. I mean, come on, let's see the Yuumi. We really do not want to see this go through in this scenario. Well, Bard is going to be the choice. And yes, Bard is very high up nowadays on the ladder, as Taric is actually going to be the choice here.
Same theme.
Yeah.
Basically, as the Yuumi, they're from the same school, pretty much. You're just trying to protect and bolster the Aphelios and the Olaf and give them a lot more freedom. Vel'Koz being hovered. Nope, now going to swap over to Twisted Fate. And now over to Azir, so we're sort of like on a bit of a choose-your-own-adventure game. And we're rounded out here with an Orianna.
Yeah.
At the very end, so very exquisite cycling of champions. 41.2% win rate here.
And Fly has been dubbed the Spheremeister. That's for his Syndra and his Orianna. Blind pick Mordekaiser.
So this should be punished really hard by Hanwha Life, but I just, Dudu does not strike me as a player that's going to be able to punish it. And so this is one of those things that it just feels really bad as someone that has to know that Mordekaiser's probably about to get a win under his belt. And then there was R5 Aatrox. Hey, it's been a while.
Almost as good as R5 Renekton.
I've heard murmurs that R5 Renekton actually it did end the world, so that's why we get World Ender Aatrox now. So the most unholy of things right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really get it, to be honest. I want to take a look. This is going to be Dudu's third game of Aatrox. He's 0-2. So it's not even like a Rich situation, right? Where it's like, oh, this guy is amazing at Aatrox. We have to let him play it. No, it's like, we think this is a great answer.
This is one of the funniest things, too, is there are so many people that they're like, oh, yeah, Mordekaiser into Aatrox as a counter pick.
Yeah.
And now we have one end of the spectrum where apparently there's a pro player that's like, Aatrox into Mordekaiser, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I love it. So Afrika, the Mordekaiser goes unpunished. He actually gets rewarded. Not only does he get a lane matchup that is somewhat okay for him, he also now has Death Realm active against Taric to take him out of the team fight. And so that's probably what they're doing. So at the end of the day, Mordekaiser's going to get probably another win under his belt just because of the teams that are playing him here. Who's going to be piloting him?
Yeah.
Versus Hanwha Life as well. Yeah. So it's going to be a really rough one. It's one that leaves me feeling empty inside.
Yeah. Kind of like the way that Galio looked there on the portrait. And Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Afrika can win with the Mordekaiser blind in the top lane. We've seen Mordekaiser, I remember he was picked so often in like 10-12, 10-13. Saw a lot of him blind, counterpicked into many different options. And then all of a sudden, we saw like 5 teams in a row lose with him, and then we just never saw him again. Until like these occasional picks started popping up again towards the beginning of 10-14. So I don't really get the reason why. But as you mentioned, they could still win from here. Definitely a lot of pick on their side.
Hanwha Life's team composition is definitely one that I would rather have than Afrika's if we changed the teams.
Yeah.
So if this was Genji versus Damwon, I would rather have Hanwha Life's team composition, but I feel like in this instance, Afrika should probably have the edge because Hanwha Life was so uncoordinated, and the whole Hanwha Life team comp is about coordination and synergy with one another. So we'll see how everything ends up panning out here.
Yeah. They don't have a whole lot of range. I think the Ashe and the Orianna can have a decently fun time up against what Hanwha Life do have here on their side. Obviously, they have a decent amount of let's run at you and try to kill you. That was all just one combined word with hyphens.
Yeah.
Aatrox and Olaf can just kind of run at you with the Hazard Gradients and a bunch of shielding and speed from the Karma, of course. But we'll see if Afrika can kind of put up their walls and deny that here as they're about to hit level 2.
Ooh.
See that the hook is going to come down.
Oh, really nice stun now.
Yeah, good dazzle that does come in from Lehens. As Keen now is going to take his extended trade.
And now going to hold the wave in front of his turret. I love it. So you know that your jungler's pathing top lane. Oh. You pull the wave. Spirit, what the...
Oh, if he didn't ward, actually, could have definitely at least gotten the flash. Might still be able to. There it is, and I think he's dead anyway. First blood, just like that. I mean, he saw him, and he had time to react. But still, the Volibear's gank was too much.
And the thing I want to point out here, though, is that we don't normally see this enough. Now, I would love to know if it's intentional or not, because Mordekaiser intentionally... Now, he can trade against Aatrox. He can go ham. But Keen was pulling the wave and drawing it into his lane because his jungler was pathing top lane. And he did it at such a timing that as the wave reached the point that it did, Spirit's able to make his way up.
Yeah.
And this kind of coordination normally doesn't happen by pro teams in the world. A lot of it is coincidental in most cases. And it's brought quite a bit of molding to the LCK broadcast.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like we sit here a lot of the time and we're just like, oh, this was a good opportunity, but they didn't do it. No, oh, there's another good opportunity, they just didn't do it. But finally we have the opposite effect, which is nice every once in a while to get.
Now, the interesting thing about this is that you can...
이쪽으로 뛰어갈까? 상거리로 갈까?
He says...
위야 위. 갈게. 앞으로 갈게 바로.
So he... I'm gonna go
앞으로
right
갈게.
away.
풀 박는다 이거. 잡았어.
We got him.
올라프 탑. 나 이렇게
올라프
리콜 찍을게 바로. 올라프 여기.
And pings again saying Olaf is here. So, one of the things is that stuff like this, you can extrapolate this a lot more beyond the laning phase. The same concept applies in early to mid transition, mid to late transition with lanes. It doesn't have to do with just the first 10 minutes of the game. And it can be used to garner a lot more advantages or diminish the amount of risk that you have at certain points of the game. Love the Bramble Vest first by Mordekaiser. Feel like a lot of players don't do this against Aatrox and other matchups as well. They'll greed for more power items, and it isn't as risk-averse as Miru is splitting XP there with Haru. And I guess it's because he doesn't want to use his teleport, because otherwise he definitely had the ability to stay in the lane.
Yeah.
on his own.
He had 2 biscuits. I mean, he was pretty much full health, full
He
mana.
TPs, I think I'm molding. I'm not.
He's going back. I think
he's going to TP.
Yep, there he goes. Break it down. Well, what do you think the reasoning is behind that?
I'm actually trying to think.
Yeah.
Is
the only reason I can imagine is to try to get some kind of priority pushing in the lane right away.
Olaf further ahead of Volibear and XP or something for some breakpoint, but I'm trying to wonder what that even means. Because even if Olaf's level 6, it doesn't do a whole lot. Given all the lane matchups, it's not like Olaf level 6 is dramatically different from Olaf level 5. The only time it matters is that first dragon, but it's Cloud Drake, so you're able to ignore it. Oh, Spirit gonna come in here.
Smited this.
Yeah.
So he's not going for that one.
No, and Olaf gets spotted.
Yeah. And really that, I think this is the only real reason why I think they would go for it, is if they were really trying to put pressure onto that first Drake, but they just didn't. I mean, Haru just went back into the jungle and took his Raptors, is farming it out, not really doing anything too special. And there's a lot of vision around that dragon, too. It doesn't look like Afrika want to give Olaf team the free dragon, the first one of the game. And they have some nice priority down on the bottom side, too, with this Ashe really putting on pressure. And so it does feel like HLE are a little bit choked here in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. I'm not totally sure what exactly it is that they are planning or trying to do. Ashe dancing a little bit.
I like the music.
Hawkshot gonna come out, gonna spot Haru.
Okay, we got the heal coming forward. It is Unsealed Spellbook, but the ult was used by Fly to try to push Mira out of the lane. But again, it's Karma, so it's gonna be difficult to do that.
And now junglers spot each other. Not sure how that axe hit, but second one does not. Not a whole lot of lane manipulation now happening, though, between these laners. Fly still has teleport, by the way.
Yeah. And Mira could have it as well. We're just
what is
blasting
happening?
In, and Miru is...
What?
I don't even... He's totally fine. Fly is going to come on over. There's no ultimate, and that was a little bit embarrassing. Spirit now down a flash.
To find the power button.
There's no computers up here. Just monitors.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it off.
We have no control. Well, that was a little bit embarrassing. But here we go. Engaged down on the bottom side. Lahens is not level 6, and he is going to die. As now Viper is going to try to trade it back, and he will get the 1 kill onto the support. But it's a 2-for-1 double kill going to the Ashe as Afrika continue to win that bottom.
Yeah. And meanwhile, big trade up here in top. And Dudu loses quite a bit of HP. Olaf, they know his route right now because of that hawk shot earlier on. They're basically able to play with map hacks. I mean, they're spotting him again. He has camps up on both sides of the map. I mean, it looks like, yeah, life or death over the Scuttle Crab. I mean, this is how I like to play League of Legends. Ride or die, baby. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we're going in, and they're trying to turn it on to Fly, but the damage is there.
Beautiful.
As Mordekaiser comes down first. Easy play, and now Afrika will be able to turn this into the Rift Heralds. Yeah. I suppose they thought they had enough damage, but even then it would have been a trade.
I don't even know what they're thinking, man. You're willing to lose your life over 100 gold of a Scuttle Crab while simultaneously having 3 camps up inside of your jungle. So if the 100 gold is so important to you, why... Imagine if he lost the smite, too. How much worse it would be.
Yeah. Which was pretty close, I'd imagine. Spirit going to save his smite here. As into the death realm goes Dudu. And under the turret, is it enough damage? One more shot, and down he will go. That's just a straight-up solo kill. So speaking of the solo kill king, he just got solo killed by Keen.
Looks like Afrika is going to speedrun Hanwha Life here in game number 1 at least. And the other thing about the Scuttle Crab attempt is you know your top laner had no cryo. And your mid laner, even if they get there, Mordekaiser is just going to waltz down, and you're going to lose the fight every single day of the week. So these are things that they have 30 seconds plus in advance knowledge and information of, and they still opt into it.
Yeah.
It almost feels like, I don't know.
Even the prio thing, like they should know that, right? From the gank that happened earlier on, especially, like there's going to be even extra less prio from the top side. It feels like a lot of going through the motions, I think, and not too much thinking. I think it's something that a lot of pro teams are vulnerable to, for sure, in many regions. And so it's definitely worrying.
Well, it seems like Hanwha Life, they're going to be almost 3,000 gold down soon. They did get the first Cloud Dragon, but it's not really that big of a victory. As it's very big for Karma, but pretty much no one else, as what the hell is happening right now? His Gromp is up, man!
His Raptors are too. Okay, we're gonna get the flash here in the mid lane. And okay, now they're gonna be caught here. The arrow will sail wide, and Cosmic Radiance is gonna come down. Volibear gets extremely low. A lot of free value there given to the Aphelios. Has to flash away, as now Haru, with no ultimate, is trying to be burned down, but he's not quite gonna go down just yet. Survives for an insanely long time, as Lehens is gonna be the only one to bite the dust there. As now Afrika looking to extend their pressure into the mid lane and try to take out this turret.
I'm back. I think Afrika, I mean, they're going to get first turret, they're going to get all the plates in the mid lane. And that gold lead just continues to get bigger right now. Dudu not able to help out in this fight. So let's take a look at what happens here. Keen taking the trade, pops the refillable. Uses the shield. Yeah, I'm gonna get him. I got him.
Pings the flash.
This is so bizarre. So I don't know what Spirit's doing either. This was, I mean, even if the Ash Arrow lands and he jumps on him, he's still gonna die because the Cosmic Radiance is gonna come out, they're gonna ignore it, and they're still just gonna kill Spirit. So a little bit over-eager by him. You can see Fly couldn't really make up his mind with where he wanted to go. He clicked down, and then he actually draws the turret aggro, interestingly enough. Haru barely manages to escape there. That should have been 2 deaths by them. Honestly, they're opting into things with a lot of information before they do it. And I feel like Hanwha Life right now, they need a little bit of Kit Boga in their lives because it seems like they're getting scammed.
Okay.
The kind of information they're receiving, I'm not...
Yeah, there does seem to be a disconnect of sorts, is one way to put it, I think. And, yeah, especially the Olaf hanging around bottom lane for like 30 seconds. That was very bizarre, where it was like, are we going to go for this gank? Maybe not. I don't know. Do you have Gravitum? Okay, I have it now. It's too late. I guess we just push. And, yeah, you can see that Afrika have so much room now on the map to pressure many places as Flash comes out, TP coming in. Mystic in a bit of trouble, but they're gonna lock down Miru, who gets 0 value, as now here comes Fly. They're looking to just slow him down, and he should be the first one. As here comes Spirit now. He's gonna take an insane amount of damage and flash away. He was about 3 to 5 seconds away from his ultimate there, so just unfortunate timing, and he still went in. Gets punished for it, as now we are going forward with the stun onto Mystic. They're going to be able to burst him down, and now with the lack of damage here, there's no mana for Fly, as they're just trying to run away. Spirit going to be forced to try to ultimate to get out, but he's just going to be the sacrifice, as that's going to be a couple more kills that go the way of Hanwha Life.
This is another one of those things, Valdez, where we know Taric has ult, so you can't dive the turret even with Volibear, even if he has it. And Afrika's just standing there point blank. I don't know what to really... My brain's breaking this game. I don't know.
We're going to the next level.
I'm gonna have to channel my inner freak here in a bit.
Yeah.
I don't. So Miru, there was a good Ash Arrow by Mystic, and Miru comes down with a teleport, but he never is going to be able to do anything of value. Tariq's ult eventually comes up. Watch Spirit. He jumps underneath the turret, gets the shield, but Tariq is going to be way too tanky even through that. Now right here, they're losing their lives over that turret gold. There's no place anymore. Dragon's about to come up. You want to reset. And they stay point blank in front of a Tariq and an Olaf that has ultimate. Ashe, no flash. No way to really do anything against it. And there's no universe Spirit ever lives.
Yeah. I think in their minds, they were just like, oh, it's 4v3. We could probably win if we stay. But that was absolutely not the case. As we did see, it was a good first axe as well from Haru to get it all started. To just lock down the AD carry, make sure that he died within the span of the Cosmic Gradients, which is really the main reason why they were able to come back there. As now, Afrika going to take down Shirley. Again, they're still in pretty heavy control of this game. You can see the goal difference at 10 and 15 has dipped slightly as we do move on in the game after that play. And Homolife took that tier 1 down to the bottom side, so it still does exist, but it still does feel like Afrika are in the driver's seat in this game.
Oh yeah, they're still very far ahead. I mean, they got the better dragon in the sense that the armor is going to be quite nice against the Hanwha Life champions. And the other thing about this is that getting that dragon at this timing, this is typically when Karma is most oppressive. It buys a lot of time for Afrika's champions to get a little bit stronger because Karma, her 2 core items come online faster than other mages in mid lane. But her 3rd item takes her a little while. Takes her quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like she's traveling the country without a car. It's she has to get there. And this is going to buy time and actually align it so that the 3rd dragon by Afrika should still have them favored. The scariest thing happening in this game right now is that teleport.
Okay. Here we go. Keen is just going to say, you're mine, but then he misses Viper. He's going to flash on in. I think he might still be able to get this kill. Over the wall goes Viper. Cosmic Radiance is going to be perfectly timed as Keen will go down, but that is a massive knockup into the back line. And here comes big boy Volibear as over the wall will go Dudu. He will survive. At the end of the day, it is actually just the 1 for 2 that does go in favor of Afrika.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is Dudu flashes away at the end. When realistically, I'm pretty sure dying is the correct play so that he has flash at Ocean Dragon. Because him being alive right now, let's ask what changes during the death timer. He would have a similar death timer to Olaf and Aphelios. So if Aatrox was still dead right now, and you have Olaf running down to top lane, is he missing anything? And I think the answer is pretty much no. He would miss 60 gold in exchange for having his flash. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, my apologies. A little bit more than 60 gold. But he would have his flash up at Ocean Dragon. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And Afrika would be down 300, or a little bit more with the assist. So Keen comes in off the teleport, misses the death grip on Mordekaiser, keeps going on to Viper. Cosmic Radiance channeling. I'm interested in their player cams right now. Did Viper look to see where the Radiance was and when it was about to expire? Because he flashed right into it, he got the activation, Spirit with a power bomb right into the middle of Hanwha Life, and Dudu flashing over the wall at the end there. So at this point, I mean, Haru, he could freeze the way for Aatrox, or he could undertow it, because he's got a hot date. He's got somewhere to be in a minute and a half. Very important.
Yeah, I mean, his skills do AoE line damage as the wave's coming in. It's just way too satisfying. You know, you just have to throw it out. It's really what you got to do. And, yeah, we're sitting here now. We got 4 members mid. That was an interesting arrow. Yeah. Really trying to aim it there onto Viper, but it was point blank, so not really like they'd be able to do much unless they were planning on diving the turret. Spirit with no ultimate. You know what is an interesting stat I'd be very interested in? How many Ashe arrows have gone off the map ever? Ever?
Ever.
In any game or just in pro games?
In pro games.
It's probably in the tens of thousands at this point.
Talking a lot of crap right now.
Yeah. No, what? There's been a lot of pro games. There's a lot of different regions.
All right.
There's definitely, I think, a case to be made for at least 10,000.
Okay.
Why? Are you going to say like 1,000 or something? It's definitely more than that.
Don't know if 10,000 Ash arrows have ever been fired, to be honest with you.
Well, we'll see if one gets fired here. Wait, it's on cooldown, but so is Dudu, as he's going to have to wait for the cooldown of his death timer, as he's just kind of hanging around in the jungle where they don't have any vision with Ocean Drake about to spawn. Don't really know about that one. Definitely a bit of a rookie mistake.
Yeah, and at this point, Afrika, I mean, they're just in absolute control of the game. 6,000 gold lead with the Mountain Dragon. They're about to pick up the Ocean as the Volibear is going to hug the Dragon. And Mordekaiser. You know, it really feels like he's trying to chop down trees or something with his animation.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the way to do it, though. It's like pummeling through the tree.
Yeah.
You know?
Really rude.
He's not taking like a swinging motion. Oh, we're just actually going to ult Viper there.
Yeah, gets a lot of damage.
And really, okay, trying to turn, well, now they're just backing away. The plight of Olaf continues. The Root is going to come down and push them away. At the end of it all, Spirit got there a little bit late. As Haru, he was running forward, and he was running away.
Well, at this point in the game, I don't know really what Hanwha Life can hope to do. What we're really looking for is Aphelios to channel how many years he's been around. And that is the one out for Hanwha Life. The other really weird thing is the Shirelias here out of Taric. I can understand it. You want the movement speed for all your teammates as you run at the opponent, but they're going to be on the back foot. So I would have expected a pivot out of Lehens with his itemization. But he ended up committing to it. And I really like the Spellbinder out of Fly on the flip side, though, because mobility does convert to damage and EHP against this Hanwha Life team composition. So I think it's a pretty good buy here, all things considered. Yeah. I'd love to see a Locket of the Iron Solari out of Volibear next, but we probably won't see that. It's one of the
You know what he needs is a stone plate.
Oh.
Well. Our favorite item here.
You doing anything later?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, well.
They're going to spot this. And I don't think that Afrika really care, to be honest.
No, I mean, there's not a Blast clone. You like that clone.
Yeah. Blast clone.
I can't even speak. I'm just not even going to try.
Yes. That's the end of that. Okay, well, here we go. Wamba combo. Miro's dead immediately, and Olaf does nothing as he's running into the back line alone. Viper's still alive with a lot of shurikens going out. Nearly kills Ben. And then kind of overestimates the amount that Afrika would commit to that. Has to back away. We still have 4v2. And they're going to run at the Baron once again here. As you can see that Viper and Dudu trying to do whatever they can in the meantime. Really all you can do is try to push some lanes against the Baron. But this Baron will definitely be going the way of Afrika. And it's looking good for them to take the game as well, the way that these fights are going.
I mean, this Baron, it's going to persist into the next Ocean Dragon, so that's going to be Ocean Soul for Afrika, most likely on the table. As Hanwha Life, I mean, they know that they're forced to go. It's just, it's in a very unfortunate situation. And yeah, it's not a whole lot can really be done. They're just so far behind in this game. So Baron will persist into the next Ocean Drake. They'll get that. They'll bring it to Ocean Soul. And then there's going to be basically two threats of ways to end. And also Karma, you want to talk about stunted build. She picked up a QSS as well. And so did Aphelios. So everyone's items have been stunted here in this game so far. Deathcap almost picked up for Orianna. It's going to be super big completion for Fly. And everything else just going super well for Afrika at this point in the game. We might get a little bit of a lull state, but shouldn't be too likely. There's still 2 minutes on Baron.
You were talking about how, know, it's probably going to be a slow push into the one Ocean Drake with Baron. Maybe they take an inhibitor, take Ocean Soul, end the game. But the way that Life have been playing, I think maybe just one of them is going to get caught out. It might just be baited into a fight, and that might just roll over to the victory.
Yeah.
If we're doing predictions here. And, well, everybody's got a QSS on their team, so... Okay, we're just going to go in, and Olaf is incredibly low. I mean, that doesn't last for long enough, as the damage will come out. And Keena's now in the back line, but not really able to get that.
Wow.
As the ultimate will come in, and that's
good night.
exactly what I was talking about. Everybody's going to be shut down, one after the other. They all get baited into fighting. And that is going to be the end of that, guys. Will be a relatively quick game. It's not going to break any records. But Afreeca, once again, showing their dominance over a lower-level team here in the LCK. Not a very close one. And this one, 17-5, will be the ending kill score. Lahen's just flying around. He's going to stopwatch. GG, as Afreeca will take another win here and go up 1-0.
Yeah, and so Afreeca with their speedrun, they're trying to be impressive because we have Damwon later on tonight, so they really want to make sure that they're not getting outdone by any attempted speedruns that might be present here today. So they take that one very convincing fashion. Hanwha Life look lost, and to Shopkeeper as well.
Yeah. You can see there's nothing but sadness here in the booth for Hanwha Life. The coach kind of looks just defeated, I guess would be the way I would put it.
I mean, they really did look lost that game, though.
Yeah.
The Scuttle Crab thing it's one of the most confusing situations that I've seen. But then also the waltz through river, if you remember.
Yeah, that was the biggest one for me.
Haru went down to bot lane and he was like, guys, I have this really cool idea. Come with me. And they're like, oh, okay, nothing else. Nothing else is going on.
Yeah. Don't follow your friend into dangerous situations. That's what your mom always said. And remember also, he was kind of like hanging around. He was like hover-handing down in the bottom lane for like 30 seconds prior. He's like, okay, now I'm going to commit. Then leads his team into the river where they just go in and get caught. As, once again, I mean, Viper's trying. I don't think he really had a bad game. Like, it was confusing.
What can you do?
Yeah, it was confusing following the Olaf.
They did get 2v2'd down in bot lane, though, Viper and Lahen, which is not common.
Yeah, that's true.
Lahen's been having a very off game. Miru, I mean, yeah, there was that thing in mid lane, too. Oh, man. I just want to stop thinking about it.
Yeah, well, maybe if Afreeca take the next one, it is possible. But Hanwha Life, they look lost. Let's see if maybe somebody can help them become found in this series, as Afreeca did take the pretty easy win. I would call it a stomp, but it wasn't that fast. It was kind of just like the slow suffocation, is the way I would put it there, of Hanwha Life. So kind of unfortunate for them. Still looking for some kind of success, but unfortunately, Afreeca's really good against these lower level teams. Guys, we're going to take a break. When we come back, game number 2.
늦게 말하자. 나이스.
올라프 너무 나이스.
뭐야 이거? 천천히. 우리 안 죽어.
앞을 올라프도 봐라.
나도 앞에 설 빠졌다. 앞에 설 빠졌어.
천천히 해봐.
앞에 끌어줄게.
아트부터.
야 이거 카르마.
하나만 볼게. 앞에 봐, 앞에.
앞에 높을. 나이스. 끝내자. 끝내자.
이런 상황 끝날 수 있어. 나 초식에 있다.
오케이.
웨이브 왔어.
파릭 너플이야.
아이 덩치가 너무 커. 안 빠져 어그로가. 끝내자 이거. 얘들아 웃으면 안 돼.
야 근데 그 말 하니까 뭔가
뭐랄 것 같은데.
나이스.
잘했다. 맞게 맞아.
카르마
이하마복을 던졌는데 글쎄요 표시기니까 위험한데요. 홍래가 걸렸어요.
잘 그랬죠 이즈리언? 예. 근데 죽었고요.
그럼 어떻게 되죠?
그리고 아지르 쪽. 지금 노티는 죽긴 했지만 자.
나 근데 노틸한테 어떻게 걸린 거지 이거? 이상한 처음 보는 게
이 다음 어떻습니까?
블리츠의 면서 나와야 되거든요.
얼렸어요 세 명을.
어릉채로 주먹 날려봤는데 땡겨오지 않았고요. 그러면은
무시합니다.
흔들리죠.
결국은 소환까지 제거.
아니 지금 캐리아의 바드가 또 한 번 운명의 소용돌이 우제걸 속 콤보를 완벽하게 넣었어요.
무슨 운명의 소리들을 계속 꽂아요.
그렇죠.
다 올렸고 달렸어 캐는 바드 달다 미치겠다 그냥
거기서 쇼메이커.
꼈고 앞라인에서 버텨주고
땀이 우르르 돌자.
최선을 다해봤지만
그래서 트리플 킬. 이러고 코드라 킬. 이러면 캐년이 이게 또 스웨딩 맞고.
누가 대시 맞아주고
끌어왔는데.
누가 대시 맞아주고 다음에 존나 들고 있어요. 핑받기 그래서 마지막에
펜타킬. 그리고 넥서스가 방해됩니다.
펜타 주기 싫당
야 초식에 있어. 펜트 안 들어가네. 야얘 쌍초식인데?
처음 밀어. 건배 미안해. 하고 해보자. 한 명 남기고.
쌍초식이긴 해.
야.
제발 펜타.
나이스. 그렇다.
펜타킬이다.
야, 바스 좋다요, 바스.
지금 눈치 씌었어. 저 앞에서 데미장시 먼저 그냥 들어가면서 자 앞에서는 발견 이러면 커즈가 또 살짝 이거 앞라인 정리 싸움인데 맞습니다. 이거 들어갔어요. 네 그러면서 테디도 와 바이퍼의 라이더 생명 와 비루 전설 상황을 만들었습니다.
페이커가 조이를 잡았을 때 나오는 약간 앞으로 몸이 치우치는 걸 잘 활용했다고 봐야 되고
찢으면서 그다음에 바이퍼 타워 왔거든요. 전체 완전 기회 왔어요. 바이퍼를 끌어내요. T1 이게 또 T1에 한 번 더
커즈와 칸나가 붕괴죠.
ENG 여기서 막아주고 있고요. 클리드가 시간 엄청 벌고 있죠. 그렇죠. 자, 클리드는 목숨 2개 받아주고요. 다음에 오른을 일단 막아주고 있어요. 둘만 해주면 됩니다. 제트를 둘만 하면 돼요. 그래서 초발이 제대로 들어갔고 이게
Welcome to the post-game analysis of Game 1 between Africa Freaks and Hano Life. We have Chunghyun Lee as well as Bitol and Wadid as our analysts today. Alright, first of all, happy birthday, Bitol. As a birthday gift, you guys prepped Wadid for me. Alright, we started off week 7 with Africa Freaks versus Hano Life. Africa Freaks showed off a very stellar performance in Game 1. Hano Life picked Aatrox against Mordekaiser as the counter pick, which a lot of the commentators were worried about. I think Africa Freaks were able to read on Hano Life's intentions in the draft phase. And even if Kennen is picked by Hano Life, Mordekaiser is able to dominate Kennen in the early phase of the game. And although Mordekaiser wasn't a necessity for Africa Freaks, however, if Hano Life got their hands on it, then the dynamics would have been completely different. Not only the top lane is problematic, but also Ashe pick itself is very strong at the moment, so the landscape of bot lane would be completely in favor of Africa Freaks due to their pick of Ashe. And for Aatrox, it may feel really regrettable. And they try to utilize Karma sustainability to carry out the game, however they failed to do so. So not only the draft was questionable, but also their mis-execution in the game were capitalized by Africa Freaks. So there were both worrisomes in top lane and the bot lane as well. And both teams showed off a constant combat-centric plays. We have to compliment Africa Freaks' play. When you see Ashe shoving in the wave, the Nautilus swept the brush to locate the potential vision ward placements from Hano Life to spot any sort of teleport plays, which they did and got rid of the Karma. And also, the CD on DRX ult was still on. It was like about 10 seconds or so. So they knew about it and then they pushed in very audaciously. And because Philius was able to burn Ashe's flash earlier on, so they thought that they were able to turn this around once Tyr's cooldown was off cooldown. Although the start of the combat went south for Hano Life, they were able to turn it around in the end. Both Freaka Freaks' comprehensive plays, as well as Hano Life's great countermeasures, allowed the game to go back and forth until here, where Freaka Freaks was able to completely dominate the game. Once again, Tyr's ult is once again on cooldown. Yeah, personally, the thing that was most disappointing was that Mir's Karma, like his positioning using the Karma was analogous to his Galio. Karma shouldn't be taking the damage, rather Karma should stay at the back and support ally champions. However, Miru consistently stayed in the frontier line and then got picked off initially, which allowed the Freaka Freaks to win the teamfights. Once again, some of the Korean commentators mentioned that Karma ain't Galio. And it's not a champion where you drag attention and skill shots from the opponents and then evade those. Karma has to stay at the back line and help out the allies. And this happened because there was no leverage in the mid lane. And Freaka Freaks was able to just completely dominate the entire rift, especially in the jungle. Therefore, Haru must have had a lot of difficulties in untangling this game. So it's a disappointing one for Hano Life. Freaka Freaks made the game into an elusible situation and secured game 1. Alright, let's check out who's the player of the game for this game 1. Will it be? It won't be Bizarre, one of the 5 takes the DWG, and his key is Mordekaiser. A remarkable pick, probably stealing away from Hano Life. And he had total control of the top lane, and he was also able to achieve a solo kill as well. So Freaka Freaks, they had the full control in both mid and bot lane. However, the top lane could have been shaky depending on how the laning phase panned out. However, Keen was able to withstand his ground and was able to dominate. The Mordekaiser should have been on his back foot in order for Hano Life to balance out and retain the equilibrium of the game. However, he completely ruined that. And also, Aatrox getting ganked that early in the game, despite having the Vision Ward available to spot the jungler. That was very regrettable into this play. Also, a lot of the votes have been split up, but Fly also completely just made Miru irrelevant throughout the entirety of this game. And this has contributed substantially for Freaka Freaks to retain control of this game throughout the entirety of the game. Fly once again showing off his Orianna, living up to his nickname, the Spear Meister. And Freaka Freaks was able to secure game 1. Alright, both teams very desperate for every dubs. Let's see who takes game 2. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Brian, for another wonderful translation of the analyst's desk. Interesting about the POG vote there. I think that whenever it's very one-sided, it's difficult for people to really pick one person who turned the tide of the game. But this time the majority did end up with Keen, which is kind of interesting because he was in a winning matchup and he got an early gank, and from there was a fed Mordekaiser. But
75% KP, right, compared to Ashe or Nautilus. It's just, at least me and China are on the same team.
Yeah.
In this one, all right? We understand what was happening.
And one observer, I think Jonas Strong actually voted for AD carry.
I don't. These ones always get me, Valdez.
Yeah.
These ones always really...
I feel like the series is really getting you right now.
yeah.
Everything about it, you know?
Well, let's see what Hanwha Life are going to try to do now here on blue side. Banning away Karthus is interesting. So on blue side, it makes a lot more sense because Karthus is an R3, R4, R5 champion. He can't come in preemptively. He is conditional. But when he does come in, he is one of the best junglers in the entire game. He's not the best because you can't just pick him in every single situation, but still is fine. Aphelios and Karma also banned away. Banning Karma on blue side does feel bad, but perhaps Miru just does not want to try to deal with it. They're going to pivot to a Kalista theme composition, and I feel like every day of the week you're just walking into problems, pretty much, especially if your team is outclassed. As Ashe in set, now going to get locked in here by Afrika.
Yeah, the set pretty interesting. Obviously, it's going to be running straight into the Kalista, but can be flexed a little bit as we have seen before. Here we do have immediately turning into Nidalee Azir, so not necessarily going to be pulling off super hard engage right from the get-go alongside of the Kalista, and they do gain a little bit of range with that.
Yeah, the Nidalee and the Azir are very off-theme with Kalista, which is so surprising. If you're going to B1 it, why are you now pivoting away from the identity of the team composition? Because all that it does is now Azir and Nidalee, they're both thinking to themselves, well, we hate you. And then she's like, fine, I hate you too.
Infighting.
Yeah, with some, you know, like...
Yeah.
Does not make a whole lot of sense there. Zoe and Ashe, we've seen this a lot as a combo in recent weeks as Ezreal's been pushed aside. It seems like Zoe's hanging out with her new friend.
Yeah. Ashe is she's pretty cool. I don't blame Zoe. Interesting to see the Poppy ban. I think that a lot of people are giving Spirit the benefit of the doubt nowadays. They're just like, we just really don't want to see you in particular on that champion. And a very much targeted ban that is happening a lot against Afrika nowadays. We do see the Wukong taken alongside of the Taric. Still a lot of options to go alongside of Kalista, but they did not want to see the Taric.
Yep. And we'll see where Afrika goes with this draft.
When?
They could definitely still add another poke champion to the mix and really just dial down on hurting Hanwha Life through that means, because...
Or R4 Renekton comes one step before. You gotta wait until they lock it in and then say thank you.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now, I'm excited because Riot has announced, right, that Tom is going to eventually be changed. So, looking forward to see what ends up happening there.
What if he becomes like a bruiser type?
I get
jungle?
it. Hold on, I get it. Afrika hovered Renekton to be like, you guys want this, right? you want this crocodile?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we do.
Want it. You better not take it.
What is the team comp, man? What is going on? What is the conversations being had on the stage right now? B1 Kalista into C Ashe set R1 R2 into, okay, let's go poke and terrain control with Nidalee and Azir. And now, well, we don't know why we have Kalista. Into Zoe comes in as a response, so Ashe Zoe, it's going to be poking you a lot, going to be making things hard to play, but you have Nidalee, you do have Azir, so you have some methods to fight back. Opponent goes into Tahm Kench. Now they become more weak and prone to poke in Siege. Those are the worst things about it. And then they dial back down with Rakan and Renekton. So it's like, why do you have Nidalee at this point? Why do you have an Azir that is now... I mean, Azir's being forced to go in, but he doesn't want to go in. Because you look at the champions on the side of Afrika, and things just get weird all around. Bot lane was self-countered, even though they knew the Tom was blind. I just don't get it. Mordekaiser's about to get another win in LCK. Can we talk about some of the real tragedies happening here today?
I wanted to point that out, but you beat me to it. Mordekaiser, Keen. Name a better duo. I can't. Keen really the only one finding wins, and that's because he plays Mordekaiser against weak teams. It makes sense.
That's the hilarious thing about it,
yeah.
The context surrounding. No one ever wants to talk about context surrounding stats. They just want to talk about stats. It's really nauseating. But nonetheless,
well, that's why we have you here to break it down. Give us the context.
Break it down. I'm sure my body would want to process this. Tom, Ash, Zoe, Set, and Mordekaiser is going to be the team comp for Afrika. And honestly, I mean, they have defensive linemen for the Zoe and the Ash, and so it's all just threading the needle for those two champions to do what they want to do. And if Hanwha Life pull the trigger and try to hard engage, there is more than enough to stop them from doing so. And there was not an answer to Ash and Zoe on the side of Hanwha Life's team comp.
Yeah, doesn't really seem like there's much. I think in terms of the hard engage, I think that Tom can kind of just, because the hard engage that Hanwha Life have too, it's like you get that one big wombo combo, and if Tom Kench goes QSS and avoids that, takes away the Ash, Zoe, you know, has range. After that one big wombo combo, even if the game is even, you can take one member out with Keen, you can take another one out with the Set, and then you have a lot of range with the Zoe Ash to just follow up after their hard engage, because there's not much power after that hard engage from Hanwha Life.
And the thing that's so strange is, right, so imagine in a standoff in mid-game or dances around Dragon or Baron, Zoe and Ash are just throwing out volleys, they're threatening Ash Arrow, bubbles are going to constantly be coming out from Zoe. And what is the real response from Hanwha Life? Because if you activate the Quickness and you try to get Pokeball thrown in by Kalista or something, Set just gets guaranteed face breakers. He gets guaranteed multi-man haymakers, he gets superplex value. Mordekaiser is having the time of his life right now.
Yeah.
Tom Kench actually has value. Things are... It's not far-fetched to imagine multiple scenarios that are all favorable to Afrika. But if you want to talk about something that is far-fetched, it's one that involves Hanwha Life somehow having a favorable position in a mid or a late game dance. It's just not there. Tom is a little bit thick, almost fell out of the brush. Have you seen the new champion?
Yes.
The one that's on PBE?
Yeah, looks nice. Why?
I noticed that you're struggling here. What
do you mean?
You know, why don't you address him by name? What's going on here?
Who's that guy? Was he like Yarn or something? Ooh, that was cool.
Ooh.
He avoided the.
Yeah, and I think it's because his bot lane or himself. Well, Haru could have F-keyed. We don't know. But maybe the bot lane communicated they just hawk-shotted, and he actually went out of the way. And I think that is really interesting, because it could mean that they anticipate that he's at Golems coming off of base, rather than doing the route that he's on. And that has two entirely different meanings, because if you do think that he, for some reason, based after 3 camps and went down Golems, you think that he arrives at the top rather than bottom.
He's okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
It didn't really work out. Maybe he forgot about the shield, because he was not really going to have the damage that was going to come out here and kill Miru.
Yeah, and Miru, I mean, he's messing up his CSing. I don't know how you managed to miss all 4, but.
Yeah, it happened. We witnessed it.
Should have been able to get a few of them.
Yeah, he's got TP.
Yeah, he has TP, but Fly crashes the wave again, and so the TP doesn't really matter. I mean, he'll use it, but this isn't what would have been ideal for him.
Is that what you would call a prank?
Yeah, well, so Spirit comes up into top lane, chunks doo-doo. I mean, it gives Keen a recall if he wants it, but now Keen's just going to place a ward and stay in lane. And this confuses me, because had Keen just recalled, it's a cannon minion, he would be able to come back into the lane as the cannon and the next wave would be compiling up and then going into his turret. And then he can play out the lane with better battle stats, or retain the teleport, doo-doo teleports back into lane, trade with him a little bit, and then teleport back again and retain the advantage. So some lost opportunities here. And because Keen chose to play it as is, yes, the wave's coming into him, but he did miss out on a bit of CS. And doo-doo now just needs to hard crash this wave. And you can see Keen is showing weakness. He's further back than a Mordekaiser should need to be. And now doo-doo can hard crash this, escort it into turret, and get a free recall off.
It all plays out according to plan. And Haru's looking for a gank here. I don't know about that. It's going to be easily dodgeable. Fly is totally fine. Just a little bit of damage comes in, and Haru's going to stick around. I thought maybe he was actually going to help clear the wave. But this time around, he's not going to steal all that XP, just like in game 1.
Yeah, and so Haru going to run back down now to the Scuttle Crab. Ends up clearing his Raptors as well. Spirit now here, Face Breaker.
Oh, wow.
What is
Spirit, you're going to have to answer to LS after this game. I don't know what the idea was there. It seems like these two guys are kind of forgetting what Azir can do. Or maybe, you know, underestimating the cooldown.
That Prestige Zoe skin is very cool, by the way.
I like the sound of the trouble bubble.
Yeah.
It's very dark, you know. It's not a, you know, cute lullaby tone like it usually is.
The most recent Prestige skin? It's one of the best skins in the game.
Really?
Yeah. It's Prestige Edition Teemo.
Oh,
yeah.
that one?
yeah, you don't want to make sure.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what do you mean?
You don't want to make sure that you try to get that belt.
I am not a big Teemo aficionado myself.
All right.
You played a lot of Teemo in your time?
Well, I have.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's funny you say that, but not going to tell you why. Anyways.
Okay.
Meanwhile, in this game, I mean, we have a call on Mystic. He's just getting to ride out this laning phase with it. Pretty much uncontested. Afrika's going to pick up first Infernal. Now, Fly, being a Zoe connoisseur, does have the redemption, and Mordekaiser's lane state is fantastic right now. So Keen is feeling pretty comfortable up there as well. Not a whole lot is happening so far here, though, in this game. And Set is actually outpacing Nidalee. What is Haru doing? He's hanging on the way. So
yeah, he wants to steal the Raptors.
He's going to go into the Raptor camp.
And he's going to get a ward down too,
yeah.
So he wants to be pretty aggressive. Knows that the red buff is coming up here soon. Maybe he wants a little bit of help from Dudu. But you can see that Spirit's also pinging for that help as a little bit of a trade here in the mid lane. Fly picks up Proto Belt. Very good Zoe player.
Yeah.
Picking up either a Proto Belt or a Redemption will generally mean that you're a very good Zoe player.
And Haru is going to clear that Scuttle Crab. Now he should just go back to farming it up. And all right, Keen and Dudu got a little bit of a trade.
Oh, he's in range, and Miru's going to die. There you go. First blood solo kill. And up in the top lane here, Keen trying to beat him further down, but it's just going to be a trade up in the top side. They're both beefy boys. As now Spirit going to face check, but he's got Thomas here.
Yep.
To go along with him.
Yeah, he's going to eat all that honey fruit after taking that spear to the face. And Mystic, I mean, his lane is starting to push away, so Kalista is in a very nice position.
Okay.
Whoa!
It's going to be the flash in, and here comes the knockup. Haru with the easy spear. And Lehens is going to pick up the kill. I don't think that was intended. Generally want to give it to one of the other carries.
What did Viper do? Wait, how? Wait. What? The wave was coming into him.
Yeah, it was. He pushed it back when he was alone.
And now Ash and Tom have a freeze, and they can hold it. And because Rakan was on the top side of the map, Kalista can't go to lane, so she's stuck now getting the Golem camp. But I think if Afrika played it right, Kalista can't go back to the wave for about 2 waves. So let's take a look at this.
This isn't even a trouble bubble. It's just a straight up Battle Star.
미드 잡았어, 미드 잡았어.
He didn't even pop the corrupting potion, so actually not as optimized as it could have been, but it doesn't matter in the end, regardless. And Keen just dying there, tries to survive. I really would have liked to have seen the bot lane state. How did it...
A replay of the bottom lane?
Yeah. And Miru, whoa!
Okay, yeah, he's going to be taken through that. And over the wall he goes, but Fly will follow as now Spirit is going to be alive. As more damage coming out here, Fly has the flash coming in, and one more will do it as barely is going to get it. I think that was his W more Sparkles that picks that one up as Mystic will die. He's alone under the turret here for some reason. Use both of his summoners. Here comes the rotation.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Here comes the Abyssal Voyage, Fly. Yeah, and oh no, never mind.
Oh, they're TPing here, gonna flash it away. And yeah, well, Lehens is gonna try to make his way out, but looks like he will just be able to. The tongue not long enough, as Zoe now is 4-0.
And Keen now up here in topside, living on an island. That's all the chaos happening on the right side of the map. Fly is enormous on this Zoe. You know what I'd actually like? We're not going to see it. I would like him to just get Mage Eyes.
Right away?
Right now. Right away. Just get Mage Eyes. Place the control ward if you need inventory space before you go back, or sell it if you think that it would just die right away. And pick up Mage Eyes right away, because you can activate it with just an assist. And so there is so much value to be gained there, and you're in such a dominating spot in this game. But no, gonna just pick up the Luden's Echo right away. Now, one of the other reasons about the Ludens, I'll talk about it right after all the replays. Really nice superplex against the Sand Soldiers. Haymaker ends up missing, not the end of the world though, picks up a flash, and then Haru trying to make his way out here. And you can see Fly even miscalculating some of his damage, inputting a couple of back clicks. Flash out by Mystic is, well, not ideal. He also ends up also healing, so he definitely got jebaited a little bit by how he felt of himself there. Looks like the turret plates went to no one, though. So that is definitely, okay, teleport canceled there by Keen. He said, get over here like Scorpion. And Fly just coming down here. Really unfortunate they couldn't get Lehens, but a very narrow escape by him. And so, as we resume to live, this is why I think the Luden's purchase isn't necessary, is because Afrika are in such control of the game, you don't need the Luden's for a team fight, which means you have about another 5 minutes to get that Luden's. And in that 5 minutes, there is chances you get Mage Eye stacks.
Oh, Keen, he's gonna do Mordekaiser things. He's great at delaying under turret. Fly, gonna make his way here. He's gonna hit Italy. See ya! Down he goes. That was Dudu saying, see you later, Miss Italy. I'm gonna survive and you are not.
Whoa, man. Now Set has taken over mid lane for the time being. That would have been Mage Eye activation, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there. Didn't need Ludens to make that one happen, but
yeah, well, they can still get it.
Fly is having the performance of the game so far. Looking like he's going to get a player of the game vote, Valdez, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, you can practice writing in the mid box for when Chovy plays next series.
You kidding? Lift the papers, Valdez. I already got it. You know, this is how it's going to be.
They're really trying to punish Keen here. It's not really going to happen, though. He's got Flash. Should be fine.
이나 붙어서 해봐. 시간 벌어봐. 나 가는 중이거든.
I'm going. By time, I'm going.
야, 니달리.
Nidalee.
잡았고, 오케이. 미드 커버해줘.
Mid, give me cover mid. Or cover mid, please,
I just
for
heard
me.
the green casters in the back were like,
Yeah.
back and forth. Like, it was a choir.
Yeah.
Screams from their side. And it was a really nice play. Fly, he looks really good in games like this, you do have to say. If only he could be consistent like this every single game,
Yeah.
he would definitely be one of our top mid laners right now.
And okay.
Hex Tech Flash. Very good. I'm a fan.
And I mean, this game, even though it's only a 1,000 gold lead, you have to remember the team comps and what that probably means for mid-game standoffs. Especially, I mean, we have Ocean, which is basically just, it is the best soul, pretty much, that you could ever want. And that's going to be coming up here for Afrika. And Homa Life are not going to be in a position to really contest that.
Oh, boy.
As, okay, well, things are...
This is just straight up.
Right.
Right? Okay, they're going to get the Devour coming in here, flash away, but the Exhaust is going to keep him in range. Haru now might be punished by Mr. Keen. He's going to say get over here, take him down. He's going to lose, or rather leave the top lane to do it, but at least he's going to trade a kill back.
Yeah, so some of the weird things there is throughout that whole trade, Mystic had Biscuits, didn't activate it, and then also immediately spit himself out of the Devour, which was also a little bit surprising.
Oh. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Oh! Not dead yet.
He has Flash and Ignite, but not going to actually use it.
Decides to hold on to it here as, okay, there's another one.
Yeah.
But a little bit too out of range that time around. Still, they're going to zone them out of the turret. They get the first one of the game. Keen just going to rotate down bottom side, let his bottom lane rotate top. And all is okay as they're looking now for Viper, but Lens is there.
And now at this point, it does.
Oh, doo-doo.
Okay. Well, Toy Renekton. You ever watch Toy Soldiers as a kid?
Toy Soldiers?
Yeah, isn't that the name of the movie?
Toy Story?
No, I don't know what it was.
With like the green soldiers?
Yeah, and like the animal-looking soldiers.
Are you sure you're not talking about Toy Story?
Yeah. I think it was Toy Story.
It's like one that has kind of like an astronaut uniform on, right? There's one that kind of looks like a cowboy.
No. Aldous. What?
It's a it's a coming-of-age story that shows the importance of childhood relationships and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a good movie. Anyway, we have the bottom lane trade here. You can see that they were kind of baited into this one. Thankfully, Haru is here, so they were able to trade the one. But the TP is going to trade this one up. And then, of course, the trade in turrets 2-for-1 do go in favor of Afrika at the same time.
Well, here is the dragon fight. This is probably going to be Hanwha Life's last hurrah. They're down just under 3,000 gold right here. The angle is really rough for them. They can't really get through the bodyguards. Ashe, Volley, Mordekaiser.
He gets Renekton.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. I think he could have just taken Haru, but instead, it's going to be in that back line. Drake will go the way of Afrika. Into the back line there. Spirit is going to survive for so long as King gets burst down in the front line, but a lot of low health bars here as Fly tries to flash forward. Not going to find the effectiveness there as everybody on the side of Homa Life is, in fact, going to get away as the flash that he picks up is not going to be enough. Still kind of on the chase here, as Zoe can do.
Yeah.
Wants to deny these backs and gets more value for his team.
Ooh. And so crisis averted. For the time being, a little bit overzealous was Afrika with how they initiated that fight, but they get themselves the dragon, which is all that matters. So Keen says, my life for ire, as he goes forward, pulls in Renekton as a pick, which is surprising because you know Haru doesn't have his flash available.
Yeah.
So I thought Nidalee is just dead every single day of the week. Ashe was pretty fine. Spirit with a haymaker. Keen goes down. And then Fly right here. He tries to flash forward to get Viper, but Viper had flashed out of the way. So trying to go for a bit of spice there, which, by the way, so the name of the movie was Small Soldiers.
Small Soldiers?
You never
No,
saw
I
it?
don't think I've seen that one.
It's like, you haven't seen a lot of things.
You sure it's not the one with the stuffed animal dinosaur?
What? I don't know you anymore, actually. It's a really weird
Okay,
thing. Yeah.
Times have changed.
They really have.
Yeah. But Afrika dominating east side of the bracket teams in the LCK hasn't changed. Are they actually like clean in terms of their results? Like they've only lost to top teams and only beaten bottom teams?
Yeah.
I'm gonna recheck that. Seems like the answer is in fact yes. Straight across the board, they only have wins.
Yep.
Against the east side of the bracket teams. And
yeah, things are just looking very rough here. As Nidalee does go to sleep. Sleep, Zoe is no longer the only champion in League of Legends that now has sleep as an ability.
Lilia?
Lilia, yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, I have not heard a lot about her. She's been really overshadowed by Yasuo's brother.
Yarne, I think is his name.
I'm going to actually start a petition or something to
Yolanda, maybe?
His name canonly changed.
Just take over the lore.
It's the weirdest thing. Everyone, even though they've seen it in the trailer, everyone that I've interacted with just refuses to say Yone. So
yeah,
the only people who I've talked to that do say it that way or continue to are Koreans.
Which, you know, I guess makes sense,
because they see it written in Hangul, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
And
but,
I think in English, if you were going to have, like, really try to drive the point home that it's an A on the backside, you would have the accent. Or the accent on the E, right?
Yeah, you'd
like
either, you would have
French
the accent
E.
or an I after the E, I would assume. But then you could make the argument that his name isn't English, which it's not, right?
Yeah, it's not, so...
Sort of like Atrox.
And
Latin.
Ramus as well.
There you go. Well, Vanilla
This is a massive flank coming in, but that is a big Emperor's Divide. Lahens follows up, but as I mentioned in the early game, they have that one big hurrah, and then they're all just running away. Renekton does nothing. He does 0. Doesn't matter how the lane wins. He's gonna be sitting there in the front line and watching his teammates die. Afrika gonna take out 3, and now they're gonna set their sights on the Baron with the jungler dead.
Yeah, I mean, this game is really looking doomed. Ocean Soul's coming up in 25. Keen has teleport, so he can recall after Baron, teleport down into bottom for good measure. You see the pings going down on it by Hanwha Life. I think that they want to clear the wave out just to try to guarantee that Mordekaiser cannot TP down, but there's another wave coming in anyway, so it's pretty hard to imagine. Really good setup here. Redemption did go wide. Fly should have put it behind the retreat path.
Yeah.
To basically cut it off or force them between a rock and a hard place. And the spit out, Keen comes back out with the shield and just kiting forward. In Afrika, they're in total control of the game. And before that fight in the Baron, the gold score was actually still pretty reasonably close. Comps just suck, man.
Well, here comes the arrow. They're going to have another engage here as the flash away from the Rakan engage, and then the follow-up from the side of Afrika is going to be massive. Everybody's just being pummeled here. Hens goes down. This is going to be a clean ace. There you go, 5-0. And that will be the win for the side of Afrika as they'll look to push mid and take the game.
Well, this has been, I mean, Afrika, they've done this a few times now. They completely annihilate teams on the east side of the bracket, and they do so in such a dominating fashion. Fly has such a good game here in set 2. Ended up giving him player of the game right now. Hanwha Life, they really take the cake and eat it too.
Well, they're going to feed more kills too.
Oh.
Emperor's Divide comes in, but it just ends up getting the Azir killed. GG! As Afrika will take the 2-0, and it wasn't close. This wasn't exactly a series that we're going to look back on and say, wow, really got to check this one out. It's just Afrika dominating another lower level team, and we're still waiting for them to show anything up against one of the other teams on the west side of the bracket.
Well, there's a Viper on the screen. Keen feeling pretty good about today's series. It definitely was a speed run. We're going to have a very long break before the clash of the Titans between Damwon and DRX. That is going to be in an hour and 37 minutes from now, when that finally does end up concluding. And
technically, we start at 7:50, and then the pick band starts at 8. But
technically, you don't have to pick Renekton. You know, how about that one?
Yeah.
Technically, you don't have to B1 Callista, pivot away from it on B2, B3, and then pivot back into it B4, B5, thus undermining your B2, B3. But, you know, I mean, what do I know?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you know?
I don't know.
Yeah. It was kind of cool when he called the lane state thing at level 5 with Renekton versus Mordekaiser. You remember that? Where it's like, Mordekaiser, come back here. You know, answer with the TP if he has to. He can run back. He's got a good back timing.
Yeah.
But instead, he takes the weak place, gives the free back over to the Renekton.
Yeah, these are things that happen often.
Dudu had like a pretty
a lot
decent...
called over.
Yeah, it really does. And Dudu had like a pretty decent laning phase that time around because of reasons
Keen's
like that.
Mistakes.
Because of Keen's mistakes.
Keen blundered some decision making, has nothing to do with mechanics. So.
And you know, Renekton can lane decently, but then once we saw like even early
mid
to
game,
mid, and then mid game, he was just like invisible. Like, where was Renekton? He like tried to TP into the bottom lane that one time and got denied, and it was like, okay, well.
Yeah, you got Death Graph,
great,
fast, and I mean, there just really wasn't a whole lot going on there in this game. A lot of things were so bizarre out of Hanwha Life, from their drafts to their gameplay as well. There was definitely some bewildering things too coming out of Afrika with some of their decision makings, handshaking. Fly though, with the performance of the game on the Zoe, if he does not get unanimous, something's wrong. If he doesn't, we have to interview the person that did not.
No, I guarantee you that Mystic is going to get a couple of those.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Again, we have too many 80 carry fans on the voting, on the judge desk, okay? Just going to point that out.
Weird. Fly inputs, not 1, but 2, 3 back clicks.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. And then this was another strange one. Mystic uses his heal. And I don't know for what reason. Right here, Viper, he actually had lost out on the turret plate. It was good cancel by Keen. And, yeah. Lahens did make it out of here, which was nice. This was the bubble. Take a look at this, how Fly weaves it in there. But also, Haru, what he's trying to do is he's trying to get the turret plate. And then he gets told good night.
Yeah.
This was the fight that was really weird. Look at Haru.
Right.
No flash. No flash.
Even with flash, you know?
I mean, you go up on the left-hand side. Yeah, I mean, things can definitely get a little bit weird. You can hop away a little bit and then try to flash to buy a lot of time, but the Renekton is definitely surprising. And then right here, Viper flashes away. That's why Fly's bubble ends up going wide. And then right here, the Redemption, it should have been further back onto the left-hand side to cut off the retreat trap, especially because you have set flanking. So he would not only get to be there to superplex someone to guarantee, but he gets value himself out of the heal. Mordekaiser spit right back out, obliterate onto Hanwha Life, as that is what Afrika was doing. Go forward. Slowly. 0-0-0-0. I like that. Set superplex to Zero's corpse.
That's hardcore.
Keen, no one can back you.
Maybe back you up.
20초거든? 그거 스펠 체크 니달리 노플이고 나오는 거 니달리 노플 낙하는
레넥 노플.
Just talking about who has flash and who doesn't on the side of Hanwha Life.
할만해.
We can do
We can do
this.
this, yep.
사실 애들 다 나오긴 하는데 그냥 피 유지해서 끝낼 생각하자.
You know, Renekton's going to come out, but I think we can just focus on ending.
Yep.
Or everyone is going to respawn.
야, 스턴 둘 다 스턴. 니달리.
아지르 타워 깰게 아지르 마무리하고 타워 깨자. 나이스.
Like, get his ear and I'm going to kill the tower. It's interesting that they say tower instead of Nexus. I guess it's easier to say tower. It's 2 syllables instead of 3 in Korean.
What is Nexus called?
I think it's Nexus.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty sure, but
I know inhibitor is okjegi.
there you go. Korean lesson of the day.
There you go.
And the 2 games together don't even amount to an hour's worth of game time. It was almost under 50 minutes. We slightly got above that. It was about 51 minutes in total. And so that does mean that we're going to have the interview and then about an hour and 5-minute break. So it is going to be one of those century-long breaks that you guys love to talk about. Will be interesting to see if Fly does pick up the player of the game. I think he absolutely should. Pretty obvious on this one. He went legendary 8-0 and 6.
Yeah. 400 points for him now in the player of the game standings on the Zoe, so it'll be interesting to hear from him. And I like what you said during the game, where he's very hit or miss in most of the series that he ends up playing. And this game, it was just one of the ones where he was popping off and did not really experience a whole lot of resistance from the enemy team whatsoever. Really good bubbles, and Hanwha Life, I mean, they just look lost due to not really having a whole lot that he can do. And I mean, this is just disastrous. But I mean, look at the Team Cup. What do you want it to do? Every champion wants to do different things. It's just a mess. Disaster, honestly. God. 12 out of 12 unanimous. At least there's something nice I can say.
Something is right in the world. Something makes sense. And it's going to be Fly that does pick this one up, of course. Yeah. And it's going to be alongside Keen. So we're going to hear from the 2 solo laners on the side of Afrika. Curious to see, Keen actually looked pretty, you know,
energetic.
Joyful, energetic after
more
the
than
game.
he normally does.
Yeah. Generally after a stomp like this, it's kind of just like, okay, work's done. I'm pretty much, you know, I'm out of here. Let's go practice. But I'm going to hand it over to Brian. Let's hear from the players.
Made their 7th win, and they cemented their lead over the teams from the Eastern Conference. So let's talk with Keen and Fly. Congratulations on the win. All right, you guys said that you guys will smile after the dub today, so please smile for us. All right, Keen, how do you feel about the 2-0 victory today? First off, we got a 2-0 victory in the last series as well, so we were able to mount a lot of points, so that's a good sign for us. Recently, a lot of the staff members like Afrika Freaks because of their very fast-paced games. And you received a unanimous POG, Fly. Your thoughts on it? First off, I really didn't want to lose to my laning counterpart. So I'm content with my performance today. I'm sure you will be. Alright, Keen, you picked blind pick Mordekaiser, and that was referred as one of the most clutch picks in this game. What was your thought behind it? Mordekaiser itself is a great blind pick champion, and also it's a confident champion for me to use, so therefore I chose Mordekaiser in that situation. Alright, HLE answered back with Aatrox. What was your reaction to it? I didn't thought that he was going to use Aatrox, and this has been prevalent from back in the day as well, so I played with a lot of comfort. Our Fly, you utilized Orianna in game 1. You're 3-0 thus far. BDD once mentioned that in order to play Orianna, you should play like Rookie. What's your take on his comments and Orianna in general? It's a champion that requires a lot of conditions in terms of the team comp. I think that's a humble answer from you. You just completely ripped off Karma and made her irrelevant. I think you will probably have a lot more confidence with your Orianna. What it chose you as POJ for game 1 as well. What's your take on it? Well, Orianna's laning phase only gets stronger. and also her teamfight potential immensely grows depending on the team comp. I think it's just because I've been on form lately, and therefore I was able to translate that into my gameplay. So you guys are known as the Guardian of Equilibrium in LCK. Not the most positive sign. What's your take on that nickname? I think it's because we weren't able to get a dub against the 4 teams that are above us. So it's inevitable that we hear those kind of comments from it. And we should get as many dubs as possible against the top contenders as well. So you guys are currently on your way to get back on form. So things will get better for you guys in the future, right? Yeah, I think it will get much better than those of round 1. So Fly, you got the Proto Belt, although Proto Belt is not one of the preferred itemization on Zoe. What's your take on it? First of all, the laning phase went very well. It allows Zoe to increase the range of Q using the Proto Belt. So I just try to utilize it to maximize my accuracy of Q. And that is why I went for such itemization process for this particular game. You made a lot of clutch plays with Zoe. It's one of the most frequently used champions for me, 5 and 3 thus far. How would you rank your Zoe of the mid laners in LCK? I used to be pretty brilliant at it, but I think I'm probably in somewhere in the middle of the pack, 3rd or 4th. Well, I guess there has to be a showdown for you guys to determine who's on the top. All right, so what was your take on the performance? It's not that I'm not satisfied. I just don't really care too much. I'm very indifferent at it. So recently, watching your games, it's very high-paced. Do you guys care a lot of the pace of the game while you guys are propagating the snowball? Or do you guys just disregard it, yet the pace of the game just excels very high? I'm not entirely sure because we don't really care too much about it. Right. It struck as a headliner in the previous interview. Increasing your form, does that has to do with you guys keeping your poise? We think that we perform better if we keep our poise. So we try to not to get too ecstatic, control our emotions, and play out our games. I hope you guys continue to do that and smile during the post-game interviews. Is there a particular method that you guys utilize to control your emotions? For me, I'm a very quiet person, and Spirit consistently tells us to keep our composures, so we just follow his words. So, is Coach Final Cat's first day today? Any birthday remarks for Coach? All right. Happy birthday, Coach. And I hope only blessings are to come for you. All right, Fly. I think we provided a birthday gift for you as a 2-0 victory, and well, I hope you enjoy the birthday cake later on. All right, next up, you're against DRX, and because you guys have to aim for higher standings, your resolution for the future series against DRX, Keen. All right, in round 2, I think we were able to speed up the pace of our games. And in this round, we really want to hand out L's to the top 4 teams. All right, Fly, likewise. All right, very concise yet impactful answer from Fly. All right, once again, congratulations to both of you. All right, we had words with Keen and Fly, the POGs of this series. All right, let's check out the standings, how things changed out.
Brian, as always, for the wonderful translation there. As we do see the standings, Life has now directly tied with Sode1 Prince down towards the bottom. And Afrika, they have moved up into 1 win. It'll be interesting to see who T1 plays next. They actually have the Telecom War up against KT tomorrow. So if they actually got upset by KT in that one, they would be even with Afrika. But for right now, it does feel like DRX on top. You got Damwon and Genji right next to them. And that's the top 3 for now.
The other thing is that I believe that both Sode1 Prince and Hanwha Life now have to go 6-0 in their next games in order to make playoffs.
Oh, I don't think it's even possible.
Oh no, wait. I think it is impossible.
Yeah,
right?
we've only seen, I think, the highest
so there are just
loss score
to
make playoffs was 8-10 with like a tiebreaker, and even then maybe it was like 9-9. I know that we've had a lot of 9-9, so that's possible. But with already 11 losses for both of them, they are pretty much down in the dumps there, unfortunately.
We have a lot of time until Damwon versus DRX.
Yeah. It's a massive match, guys. You do not want to miss. It's going to take 1 hour and 10 minutes, though, to get there. So set your timers. We'll be back for that huge matchup just then.
me I'ma need me some more. Can't get enough. All the love. Give me that good time feeling. Give me that good time feeling. Get enough. All the love. Give me that good time feeling. Give me that good time feeling. I can't get enough. No, I can't get enough. I can't get enough. No, I can't get enough.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the second match of the night. Damwon up against DRX. It is the top of the table of the LCK. Two of the best teams, if not the two very best, going head-to-head here, and it should be the match of the entire round. How are you feeling about this one, Ellis?
I'm feeling pretty good about this one. Tonight is the night that we get to right the wrongs that is the player of the game standing.
Okay,
so.
we'll see. We'll see. Nothing's decided yet.
You don't get a vote.
I'm gonna create a vote, and I'm gonna vote for Carrier every game. And you can vote for whoever you want.
Yeah.
Or maybe Damwon's just gonna win both games, and Showmaker ends up getting both votes. We never really know. It's gonna be a very, very close match, I would assume. If this doesn't go to 3 games, I would be surprised, to be honest. I think that really either of these teams could win from here, although DRX currently is on top with only the 1 loss to KT.
Well, this is the rematch. It's been almost 3 weeks since it ended up happening. Damwon ended up with a loss in that series, but I felt like they were the better team on that day, even though they ended up losing.
Yeah.
And so, DRX, I don't know if they will be as fortunate this time around. As I honestly, I'm putting Damwon as the favorites.
Okay.
You know, I'll still vote for Chovy.
Fair enough.
You know. LCK's first jungler to achieve a pentakill. The Grand Canyon versus developing jungler Pyoshik, aka Pyocanix.
Yes.
All right.
Mechanics and Pyoshik together.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And Chovy put everyone in all with the 4-man taunt. Will he maintain his mismatch against Showmaker? And that's going to be the big question. Because I feel like Chovy versus BDD, obviously it is a very interesting matchup, but Chovy versus Showmaker, I think of 2 opposite approaches to the mid lane when I think of these 2 players. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fare off again in this second headbutt that's going to go on here. And this could even be a glimpse of the LCK Summer Finals, as that is still a couple of weeks away, but nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect these 2 teams to go head-to-head. We saw what happened to Genji up against DRX. It was pretty close, but then that game 3 seemed to be very heavily favored towards DRX, so they did turn out to be the better team on that day, and to be the better team overall over 2 matches. So we'll see if they can continue that reign. So far, DRX has had some great results up against Damwon. But again, Damwon is they're a different team this split. I think they have really just climbed the ladder really quickly.
Yeah.
It's almost like they grabbed it and they jumped 5 rungs or something on the ladder, you know? It's not like they took 1 step up. And it really is the big change here. All of the stats, they are first.
Yeah.
Even if they're second in the standings, they are currently in first where it goes there. Except, I guess, win rate with the gold lead, DRX is slightly ahead by 1 win.
Yeah, very, very slight in that department. And so we'll see what the drafts and stuff are going to be like between these 2 teams. What is going to really happen in this series? Because with the way the standings are looking as well, as Genji's recent defeat, this match is all the more important because it's just not realistic to assume that either one of them would drop games to anyone else for the rest of the split. And DRX, I think, has the easier road coming up again in the future. So all the more important for them to really make sure to try to clinch this and take it down. There's only 4 weeks left. About this.
Yeah, 4 weeks of 4 days is the case, and you're right about Dominant schedule. They still have T1 and Gen G left, whereas DRX have already taken out Gen G. And yeah, you can see the lineups here. Obviously, all these players, you guys know them very well. There's not going to be any subs here, I would imagine, for this matchup. I don't think anyone is coming out here. As we're going to take a look at the key players, I think the jungle is very important to look at here. I think the mid lane would have also been a good choice. Maybe we'll take a look at both. Sometimes that happens in big matchups. Big numbers for both of these players. You can see that Canyon has taken a big leap forward, very heavily putting on the damage. You can see high counter jungling numbers as well. Pioshik, even though he wasn't really the talk of the town for this DRX team, he is absolutely, he's getting better every day we see him.
And Pioshik, I feel like the fact that he has who he has in this game as laners is both good and worrying, because Nuguri up in the top lane is a little bit problematic. It's going to be more difficult to work against, given Doran versus Nuguri. That is a very lopsided matchup, is what one would expect. So, key player match, however, here in mid. Showmaker is 6 wins to 20 for Chovy between the two. And then we take a look at the stats. KDA, Showmaker is first in the entire league.
Yeah.
Right now, 14.9.
You could say he's new Chovy. Remember when Chovy came in and he had like 100 KDA at some point during the league?
When Chovy wasn't a team player.
Yes.
Now he's evolved.
Oh,
actually,
okay.
why is KDA?
I see.
Is not as high.
Is that why he died? What, 35 more times, or?
Yeah, it is. Well, you know,
okay.
I'm really glad you asked that. Yeah.
Okay, that's all good. Chovy, he's obviously having a fantastic season. Nothing to take away from him, but Showmaker definitely, he's been having very clean games. Dom 1, when they win cleanly. There's not really a lot of back and forth, and they're very aggressive. They take names, and they don't necessarily die while they're doing it. A lot of clean aces, pentakills we've seen for Showmaker. And they are definitely, I think, the scariest team to deal with right now, just because of how explosive they are. I suppose you could say similar things about DRX. Two very aggressive teams are going to be butting heads here. And it's really for all the marbles, as you said. You know, the one win and the one loss going either way will decide who is most likely to end up in first place in this round.
Yep, and let's see what the cards have on the table. As, oh, there it is. The massage for Nuguri to help power him up. Nuguri saying he doesn't want it. Now, honestly, this could come back to bite him, Bell.
Yeah, I think he needs a little bit more massage.
Yeah, look, now he's trying to give it to himself, and he knows.
What's going on, coach?
Yeah. He doesn't know. Pepe laugh. All right, Karma getting banned away on blue side is surprising given her power level, but perhaps they just want to take a different approach to the series, given that they should have a strong edge up in top lane. And maybe they just want to utilize that, and thus Karma in mid lane against Chovy. I think that you probably could have a little bit more spice given it's Showmaker. So maybe they don't want to utilize it that way. Bully Bear ban, very, well, you know how I feel about it.
Yeah, you're not a big fan of the Volibear ban. And through the span of this pick ban, we are going to see more things that you dislike.
Never do that again. Honestly. Never do that again.
Yeah, there is a big divide between the LCK teams and you based on what we think about the power level of Volibear.
Well, Twisted Fate removed from the table now.
Yeah, he's really good right now. Should not leave TF. I think he might be undefeated so far on 10-14. Ezreal going to be banned away here, which is interesting.
And I'm so surprised about this, the 10-14. I don't know why the patches are sticking as long as they are in LCK. Is a bit surprising. I'm just looking forward to when Yasuo's brother ends up being able to be played.
Yeah, Yawn?
I think it's Yoni, maybe? Or Yone? I'm not, you know.
Something like that,
yeah.
I don't know.
Set now.
Still not sure.
Locked in for Damwon. This, in theory, is a quadriflex. See what DRX ends up responding with.
Where's the priority on Bard? I wonder. That's what I'm looking at. I'm like, how early is that going to be picked?
Senna?
Will it be picked at all with the Senna that gets locked in?
And are they just going to pair her with the fasting support right away? They might lock Wukong. And in doing so, retain flex potency.
Yeah.
And that can really carry over to R4 and R5 in the draft phase. Depending on how they plan. Okay, they're just going to actually blind Camille.
The Camille priority shoots way up with these top teams. Take a look at our win rate, 72%. Now, we don't want to take that out of context, as we were talking about before, but she was always really good as a counter pick, but then people just started saying, hey, she's really good just in general. So we started seeing more of her blinded as well. Interesting here, Aphelios fresh.
I mean, at this point, Dinger! Now, that could be, I don't know if it's Dinger mid or I don't know if it's Dinger bot, but with Aphelios coming in already, I mean, Syndra, Sion, these are two champions that are really hard counters against Dinger. I don't think it would be Dinger support. And this is definitely an interesting pivot here out of DRX. And honestly, Chovy, I mean, he does it all, really. You know, sometimes he comes out with the really new, unique picks. And this could definitely be it. LeBlanc being banned away. We'll see if Syndra gets taken away as well. She can just obviously pick up Heimerdinger's turrets and throw them by the wayside.
Carrier's got a cheeky grin on right now. Maybe it's going to be down in the bottom side that we see this Heimerdinger. The Galio ban kind of shows that, you know, we don't want to see that. We could... I feel like that could be even a ban towards both bottom side and mid side.
Yeah.
With the Dinger that can be flexed and the Senna that can go alongside of the Galio. The Nidalee is the pick that Canyon got that pentakill on. We don't want to see that.
And we'll see what else Damwon are going to try to ban away. The issue right now is that there's so much wide open right now on the side of DRX. They're going to have to commit to something here. Probably going to pick their jungle. And they're hovering Trapdoll.
And then they're going to switch to Lee Sin and lock it in.
Oh, well.
Just wait. Just wait. No, Trundle's really popular into Aphelios. So we might just see it, but the fact they haven't locked it in kind of... Okay, there you go. It's going to be selected.
Well, the Dinger and Senna both still very strong against what Damwon are showing here. And I think they don't really know where Heimer is going still at this point. Now, Heimer counters Zoe really hard because she tries to go for the bubble and you place the turret.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see it
originally
flexed.
Was actually played by Griffin, or some of the players on DRX now.
Yeah.
But Griffin's previous coach, rather, would actually utilize Heimerdinger and talk about Heimerdinger as an answer to Zoe when Zoe was in her totally imbalanced state. So, if Dinger was good against her then, still gonna be good now, and Kennen, what? Hello? DRX have a protect comp with Senna and Dinger. They love when champions try to run into them, and all DRX has to do is pick yet another defensive lineman and protect Dinger and Senna and No. Well, conceived, birthed, and baptized in hell. I mean, we've said it before, Velda.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Nothing new here.
I'm glad to be on the desk with you.
Nothing to see. Nothing to see. And this does mean that Camille is probably going mid, and that will be an interesting matchup. I mean, now there's 10 seconds left. I want to see if they do keep it here. I would imagine that this is where we go with this one, as Chovy obviously is very well versed, and he can definitely play the Camille mid. So it is going to be ending up mid, up against the Zoe, which, again, you think about the one-on-one, I suppose early might not be too fun, but the all-in potential from the Camille could be quite scary on to that Zoe.
And it definitely gives Damwon a little bit more outs, the Jace, because it has more volatility to it. And it's also going to be a knife's edge at this point. So the Jace is coming in as a vacuum answer to the Kennen, and also it does have poke potency with the Dinger and Senna. The Kennen is very surprising because you already saw Senna and Heimerdinger. So it's a very surprising pick. You also know that Trundle's there for disruption. How does Aphelios play this game? I have no idea.
Yeah, good luck.
Chovy's going to be there in mid lane, it seems, on the Camille. So they're not electing to have Heimerdinger answer. I actually almost thought it was going to be a fasting Camille for a moment. We've seen Camille support in the past.
Could have happened.
I think actually the player that was trying Camille support the most in solo queue when it was almost being a legitimate thing was actually Beryl once upon a time.
Makes sense. I mean, Beryl's the guy that we know for a lot of Bard, a lot of Pantheon, and aggressive roaming picks. That's part of the reason why I was like, where's the Bard priority going to be in the series? But we didn't see it at all.
Yeah.
Pick ban in game number 1, and it's Carrion and Beryl, which are two of the biggest Bard players that we have in the LCK. So I'm pretty surprised. It seems like they've really pulled out some new strategies, and that both teams are very prepared for the matchup, which makes sense. You know, they're not just strolling into, you know, a random east side of the bracket matchup that both of these teams would demolish, even without a strategy. They could just pick standard. But here it's like, okay, we really need to prepare for what the other side is going to bring in. So respect being shown from both sides here. Fleet footwork here going to be the choice for Chovy. Obviously, it's going to give him a bit more sustain up against a ranged matchup, which can be a little bit hard to deal with.
And let's see how Chovy manages to do here on this mid Camille. We take a look at all of the runes. Now, the most surprising thing that stands out to me is obviously the Scorch on Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
Because everyone else is obviously going the distance with the Gathering Storm. Canyon looking to maybe sin a little bit. Moving down here. Beryl with a Flay. They're softening up DRX a little bit. Not really sure what Canyon's route is or what the communication was down here. Now, the other thing about Heimerdinger versus Aphelios is, again, Aphelios is very prone to magic damage because of his base MR. So Dinger is able to do a lot. It's very hard for Aphelios to play the lane. And any Senna snare is a death sentence because it perfectly sets up for Heimerdinger to stun you and then just unload his combo on you.
It's been mid-Camille. It's been 396 days. So the last time was Showmaker up against Lava last year, June 30th.
396 days ago, they riot. Nice stat. Can't even let Hanwha win once tonight, huh? Thank you.
Yeah, they had to highlight that matchup, huh?
Thank you, production, on that one.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. Well, Chovy's going to recall after this wave.
Yep.
Canyon. It's in a series all 5 of us really want to win. We don't want to lose in a
lackadaisical fashion like the last one, and
I've never seen that word in my life.
And delineate what we're really made of. You just know. you just know that he was educated here in Korea. No, I'm just kidding. Chovy says our opposition is an extraordinary team. So I'll approach the series under the mindset that we could lose out in the series. I will give everything.
Yeah, he'll give everything.
Yeah, sorry. You know,
You're
I'm
right.
from NA, so I couldn't, not able to read fast enough, unfortunately. Yeah. But you guys get the picture. Chovy is going to do everything. And he kind of did do a bit of everything up against Gen G. It's definitely a big-time carry, at least in Game 1.
And we'll see how he's going to manage to do here today. Now, Showmaker managing his lane very well. Still has his teleport available. Finally out of his corrupting potions. And Chovy is having a bit of a rougher time. Missed that one CS. And everything is going about as one would expect across pretty much all the lanes. Doran does have a sizable minion wave underneath his turret, so let's see if he manages to get all of these, or if some go into the nothingness.
Yeah. And you can see that Nuguri, he used to be absolutely the most isolated killed top laner, but that is no longer the case. He's 6th, which is, it's definitely getting better. So that's really good news for him. He's got a lot of top stats for top laners, and very often people will quote him as the best top laner currently in the LCK, especially when you consider some of the other top teams here. In the LCK, they don't really have standout top laners, whereas Nuguri definitely is one.
Yeah, Nuguri, I mean, this is why the Kennen is so surprising, is I wouldn't have expected him to want to blind in or just go for this kind of a matchup when he could exert so much more force. But even though Doran took the Jace, Nuguri's still getting the better end of the laning phase so far. In mid lane, I mean, Showmaker, he's up quite a bit of CS right now. It is normal to be up in this lane matchup.
He missed the cannon though, so it's all over.
Yeah.
Just never minds.
Meanwhile, Traptal not doing a whole lot of stuff super early on. Canyon's just trying to ensure that all of his laners are being given a lot of freedom. And I mean, in doing so, Piotrek, because he's up that one camp, is ahead in EXP.
Kind of baiting the fight here is Doran, but he's still going in. He's looking for the solo, as the flash is not going to help Nuguri, and the straight-up solo kill comes out from Doran. Probably the lane we expected the least from here for DRX.
Yeah, and I mean, that is that kind of a kill cannot be understated. Because Jace getting that so
they're going to burst him down. The smite is not enough to keep him alive. And the smite is going to be available for Canyon, so they immediately strike back as Piotrek really tried to force the steal there, and he got punished hardcore.
Yeah, it just a little confusing. But one of the things that does happen is Nuguri teleported down. He's missing a lot of minions, EXP and CS, that he would have otherwise not missed. And now he has Ignite via the spellbook, but Doran is already into level 7, has the serrated Dirk, double longsword. Nuguri's behind a lot in lane now. And remember, isolated solo kills, they've been buffed in recent patches for the EXP. And
okay, we're right back in the action here. The damage should be enough. The chains are going to go wide, and Beryl nearly dies as Traptal does 0, as he's too late to the party. The gank from Beryl.
Yeah.
From Beryl, the support, in the top lane at 7.5 minutes.
And that is going to offset all the pressure Doran had going for him. Meanwhile, down here, though, in bottom, Ghost is trying to just hang on. Keria and Deft getting quite a bit of chip damage. Lost Chapter already completed. We're probably just going to have the Glacial items come out for Dinger. So we'd expect GLP 800 to be his first item. And then just going on from there. Deft building a little bit of turrets.
Oh, man.
Okay, well.
We have so many good Zoes in the LCK. It looks like Battlestar was off cooldown, or on cooldown, rather, for the big combo, but still able to get in there and get that little bit of damage done.
Oh, what a counter gank.
Yeah, here we go. Showmaker, he's looking vulnerable, but here comes the set. Gonna look to deliver that trundle into the backline, and a huge face breaker is gonna be enough, and now Pyoshik is totally out of position. No way for him to get out of here as well. They wanted to give the kill to Showmaker, but now Pyoshik is gonna continue running as... I don't think he had to flash there really, but just wanted to make sure that they wanted to pick up the kill.
And look at what kind of a team player Nuguri is actually being in this game. He was roaming down into mid yet again. And it's just such a forced gank because DRX probably feel a little bit under pressure. They have a Camille in mid lane that's just continuing to fall behind because of some of the events that have unfolded. It's already a rough matchup from the get-go, which is why I'm so perplexed why it wasn't just a Camille support. Or Camille just go top lane and pick an actual support to go with high.
Ooh! Oh, what? How did he miss that? How did they both miss their ultimates? Come on, guys. You got this.
Well, Deft is, you know, it was just 3 days ago that it was the StarCraft 10-year anniversary.
Yes.
And Deft is playing Heimerdinger, which builds turrets, so it reminds me of an SCV.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
So that's fine.
They don't remind you more of like cannons, like Protoss cannons?
Oh, I mean, yeah, either way.
Yeah.
That would have been fine.
I guess that both works.
Yeah.
And, you know, it kind of builds while he's not next to it, so I thought maybe he was more like a probe. But
that is true.
You're a Terran player, so that makes sense. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Shout them out.
Yeah.
And here's the gank from Beryl.
Yeah, and you can just see Doron, I mean, he struggled to get the wave in. And it's also really big because he misses the cannon EXP as well as the CS, so he did get 4 of the minions from the wave, so it's not a total loss on his death. And then right here, you can see that there was a ping. I don't know what that was, but it was really simple. It's a very forced game.
트런들 높여.
Trundle no flash.
이겼. 다 왔다. 애 높여.
He has no flash.
내가 잡을게.
I'll get him.
어?
Oh,
애 높으려.
he has no flash.
See,
아, 아까운데?
he has trouble. Well, I think he could have just gone over the wall. We didn't need to have cannon flashing there to go 3-0, but he's feeling it, you know?
Yeah. And the Tiamat on the mid Camille, I mean, this is another unfortunate situation of the lane.
It's going to get baited into the pillar, but do they have the damage?
No.
Doran nearly going to die. The flash finally comes out from Nuguri, waiting until the last second to survive there.
Oh, no.
X-Tech flash, here we go again. The smite comes in, and he's going to line up that bubble. Camille not able to dodge that one, as Chovy is going to be punished once again. Now 0-2. This is a masterclass right now being put on by Dom1, the mid and the jungle in particular.
Yeah, and I mean, the bot lane is doing about what you would expect. It constantly shoves Aphelios in. It makes it very hard for him to play the game, and they get lots of turret plates. The problem is that Camille can't lane against Zoe, and then Showmaker getting a couple of edges early. Plus the offset recalls and the fact that they have Trapdoll in the jungle to try to offset the pressure is just not really a very good look right now. Plus Pyoshik inting it away at Mountain Dragon.
Yeah.
Not super great. Doran did have a very good solo kill, but I really feel like the game's just fallen apart at this point. Camille is going to be so stunted. Tiamat into Merc Treads. She's never getting Trinity Force. She's so useless. She may as well be a support this game.
Yeah. Here's Beryl again, the flash. Forces the flash. That was going to hit.
Yeah.
By the way. So, once again, the pressure coming from the bottom side. And although Ghost is getting behind, he was already going to get behind. He's just farming on the turret. Yes, a bunch of plates went towards Deft and Keria, but...
I feel like Ghost on Dom1 is so underappreciated for what he's able to do, because even when he's not the star of the show, he's still remaining relevant, and he still feels reliable inside of the game. Like, you don't just count him out. It's not a liability in the same sense. So
he's an awesome role player.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Superplex into the bubble. Chovy tries to cancel it, but things are just not looking out. And so this is why when the end conclusion of the draft ended, and I inferred that this was a very sinful comp, It's that they deviated from what should have been their main game plan. They have champions that are misaligned. They sent champions into roles that don't make a whole lot of sense. And one of the things, well.
Okay, they're just gonna turn on a Pyoshik here. Fortunately, everything misses from the Zoe, who's quite fed.
One of the things I was worried about, and I alluded to it, but it's actually happening in a different area, is Pyoshik's ability to play when his laners can't just basically win every lane. And it's an interesting thing I've talked about many times elsewhere. Talked it on about it on some of the talk shows. There we go.
We're not ending here. Bases will be broken, and down will go the Thresh. That's the power of the Heimerdinger, who gets away as now the TP's coming in. Nuguri trying to get this. As Shomik coming in from behind, trying to make this a fight, and he is doing so much as Keria can't quite keep up, and he's going to be able to get that kill on the Jovi. Oh, man. Finally following up there with Stomp as Pyoshik. He's, where are you, buddy? What's going on there? He's doing the Krugs up in the top lane.
Well, for the Horde. That is what's going on.
Yeah.
I think he's in Westfall right now. Judging by his level, he's about, I'm not totally sure, but.
I mean, it was about as out of position as you could be for that one. And it ended up being a 4v5 and something that Death was somehow able to turn around by the power of Heimerdinger, but they just eventually got outnumbered.
Yeah, and I mean, if we actually look at the minimap and we want to be fair to Pyoshik, he was already pathing towards golems, and if he were to change his trajectory to randomly bottom lane, there would be no way anything could happen. If you want to be really critical of him, he doesn't take this opportunity to immediately path away from his golems and into blue. And in the fight, Chovy, I mean, Canyon says, give me a little kiss as he drags him in before the haymaker.
Okay.
Face breaker, really good setup. Dinger's ability to turn dives can't really be understated. As just lots of chaos unfolding.
Getting all the views now.
Yeah. Boom.
Nice.
Where's
Where's Trundle?
Where's Trundle?
Canyon with the trash talk at the end. I love it. Oh,
Pyoshik's stuck on Hogger right now.
All his friends are in Red Ridge. Just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
Come on, guys. Like, I wanted to play with you. What's going on? Now he's like watching their stream as they take down some of the elite quests. Oh man, yeah, he's having a rough one. But this is what happens to Trundle that gets behind early and has losing lanes. I mean, you know, it's not all him, right? As much as we like to meme, it's definitely a little bit unfortunate the way this game has gone for DRX. Damwon definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got priority up in the top side. They're going to get the second Rift Herald now.
And things are just looking really doomed. The two dragons are super valuable. The RX does get a little bit of benefit in that it's Cloud Dragon. Not the biggest value. Drake, that could have been rolled. Obviously, Ocean was a possibility. DRX, if they do end up getting this Cloud Drake, now this is a very interesting thing. I've never seen 5 players so excited to die.
Yeah, I don't know why they're really trying to do this over one Cloud Drake, especially when Nuguri he had Ghost. He used it, but he still has this excellent flank that's coming in. And they're just going to zone them. They don't want to really, you know, heavily commit to this. They're going to come around and get a better angle first.
Oh, man. I feel like we're in that movie where, like...
This is like Jaws, man.
Yeah.
And Nuguri, a little bit of an awkward spot. He's going to join up with his team now as, okay, now we're going to go. A little bit late, but just going to burst down the Heimer. Will be Canyon's job here, as everybody is going to go into the death chamber. This is going to be a 5-for-0, as long as they can catch up to the Trapdoll, who is feeling a little bit trapped himself, but it looks like he may be able to get away, and that he will, but a disaster for DRX. Damwon, they were like the sharks that were looming, and they got the meat, the blood that they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's this game is, the writing's on the wall. This one is super, super long gone. Barring some miracle Heimerdinger plays or something. Set with the double face breaker, Haymaker to just delete that from the fight, but it doesn't really matter. They're so far ahead in this fight. And DRX, they're long gone at this point. It is a almost 6,000 gold lead, but you factor in the Infernal and the Mountain Dragon, and you're probably getting pretty close to that in terms of value. And I would just look at Camille. She still doesn't have first core item. Still waiting on that Trinity Force.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, no Ignite right now for Showmaker, thankfully for him, as here comes the follow-up engage. Barrow flashes away, lets Canyon take the heat. And they're really trying to push the issues here. They gotta be careful. Although they're gonna try to lock down Showmaker. Here comes Ghost. The hook is gonna fly wide.
Yep.
Teleport available for Nuguri if they want to go for it. You can see what the turrets are doing here to the Zoe.
Yeah.
There's still, you know, a decent amount of poke coming out here from DRX, so Damwon will back away.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not totally sure. Chovy's just going to eventually disengage. Pioshek, I mean, he's looking for drops right now is what he's doing. He's looking for if there's any elites on the map that he can farm.
It's kind of like he's on that quest and he's like 7 out of 8 on some item and it just won't drop, you know?
He's looking for the last Gore Tusk liver.
And he's gone around the map, but there are no more Gore Tusks on the map. So he's like, I guess I just have to sit here and wait and do nothing.
Oh, man.
Sad day in MMO.
Yeah, very sad.
For Yoshi,
oh, man.
Who's kind of stuck here playing an MMO from behind on Trundle.
Oh, man.
And yeah, it's the slow clawing away at the buildings here. Showmaker trying to do whatever he can. We get Shirelias again. See a lot more Shirelias nowadays. A lot of these supports are beginning to build it just to get their team in position, doing that damage. It's going to be useful there to get the Mejai's Zoe, by the way, out of position.
And it's a really nice pickup. Always a very big fan of Mejai's on mid laners. Anytime they begin to hit around 6 stacks or so on a Darksteel, just always purchase into it. You can even purchase it outright if you're really far ahead, just to add more salt to the wound. Shelly up here. And not going to be finding a whole lot, but is pushing a lane.
Wow. Snagged that one.
Ghost now just going to get a whole lot of farm.
Yeah. And we were talking a little bit about Ghost. He's definitely, I think, the best role player in the LCK right now. And, you know, for you guys who have watched the Michael Jordan documentary, there are guys that have to play with Michael Jordan that are not going to be the stars of the show, right?
Yeah.
But they still have to do their job. They're playing their role, essentially, as a support player for the team, and that is exactly what we talk about when we call Ghost a role player and really good at what what his job is, being reliable and consistent.
Yes.
And not, dying or giving too many advantages to the enemy team.
And the interesting thing about Ghost is, well, you can't just remove him and get a slightly worse player, because we've seen what that iteration can actually do.
Yeah.
When you don't have the reliable bot lane. And Beryl, I mean, we've said it time and time again, he looks like he's freed this summer.
Yeah, he does.
Where he is playing so many different champions and able to do so much more. He's running around, his champion pool is all over the place. He's totally free from the constraints. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, the devil is in the details.
The difference is massive. I mean, we were talking about Beryl and his Alistair at Worlds. That's about it.
I
right?
had him at one of the worst LCK support.
We were seeing Hoyt a lot. It was like, yeah, I mean, he's okay. There wasn't really a lot of great talk about Beryl, but now it's like, is this guy the best support in the LCK? He might be. It's between him and Keria. And that's a massive difference to go from the bottom of the pack to the top of the pack, just like that. And
Yeah.
it does have to do with roster. It has to do with, you know, the options being given to him.
One Canyon coming up here, looking for Chovy. He's only 2 levels under Camille.
Oh, yeah, I think he can probably just even solo Chovy here, as the hook is going to land wide, but the roots are here. Chovy really trying to do everything possible to avoid this one, but he's going to get slowed up. Do we have another route? Is the question. We're just going to have to flash to kill him then, as Beryl is going to eat a ton of aggro here. Has to go into his stopwatch. He is going to survive, as now we do have DRX corralled once again, but this time they do have an escape path, it seems. Down to the side, into the river, as Showmaker's just taking pot shots, and here comes Nuggery.
Oh man, he's
so
fast. Yeah.
Cloud Drake.
Here we go.
Oh, okay, here's the sacrifice from Doran. He's like, take me, don't take my team.
That's the Doran's body. That's the underappreciated one, you know? Everyone always talks about the ring, the shield, the blade, but no one ever talks about
Doran's
body.
Oh, boy. Ooh, that's a nice little pillar. I think it's going to matter too much. We do have a TP coming in, though. Let's watch out for this. We got a double flank coming in. I think Dalwin have to pull off of this. They got to turn, and that they will. The exhaust comes down, and where's the rest of the team? They come in so late on the side of DRX. They cannot do anything, and it just feels like they're donating more and more kills into the pockets, the wallets of Dalwin, as the thumbs up comes up.
That was a tombstone pile driver.
Oh man, 18 kills to 3 in 25 minutes.
Well, they are getting speedrun right now, is what's happening. And hopefully in game number 2, DRX has not only a better draft, but also they allocate the champions differently. Interestingly enough, Def laughing and smiling.
Yeah, he was laughing so much in the player camp.
Normally, he doesn't show any emotion, almost ever, win or lose. But probably just thinks that this game is ridiculous, given how lost it is at this point. Def, I mean, he goes over the wall and instantly dies. I guess that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
As it's a massacre. It is a buffet. Koshik, I mean, he's doing the thing he's done best this whole game. He's running away. Chilling Smite, and then a Chilling Smite picked up there by Showmaker, and there it is.
Oh, again?
You don't have to wait for WrestleMania for that one.
Again? With this kind of flank that we have going on?
Oh!
He's gonna live, actually.
He lived.
Wow. So, not again, I suppose. Look at Heimerdinger and Senna, though. They're potentially looking to get flanked here, as they're looking to turn it around now. They want to jump onto Nuggery, but in goes Canyon into the back. He's going 1v2 back here, and he's so tanky. They're so far behind, they can't do anything up against the set, who is way too much for them right now. And they're going to be corralled again.
Yeah.
Again. I can't believe we're seeing this again. I don't even, like, what is going on? Jovi's going in, he's like, here, take me first. I don't want to be part of this, actually. And, yeah, free pot shots from the Zoe. Let's just dive the turrets, guys.
I mean, they're really farming KDA at this point.
Well, that's the Dalwin way, I suppose. They want to get a bigger KDA for Showmaker, just to have an insurmountable lead that is in the KDA department. And the entirety of the team is as well. I mean, there's only 3 deaths. And Canyon's 808. Wow, that's a nice number.
Yeah. But the...
So, who are you going to vote for player of the game this game? Chovy?
Mid.
Chovy?
Mid.
Maybe when he hits reverse legendary, you can kind of do the Papa thing. As here's this fight again. I don't know what was going on here.
I mean, there's just really no answer to Canyon. I mean, he's the same level as the solo laners on DRX. He is so tanky as well. Also, this was interesting. So Chovy actually gets the armor shield, or the adaption against Canyon, but I think the Cinderhulk killed him, the burn. It's not a thing that you normally get to see that often.
Yeah.
As
They got zapped by Pikachu.
Yeah.
Thunderbolt right there. And yeah, I mean, what?
All right. Well,
Wait, what was that?
that was interesting.
That was a proto belt. Look, he's got 25 stacks on his eyes right now. It's unbelievable. Okay, well, Nace is probably dead. You're gonna have Pyosik block for him. I didn't even see Def die.
He is so fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
He got smited, yeah. Smoked from the heavens. That is the god of Canyon right now. I think Damwon, the way they're playing this game as well, they're not just trying to win. They're really trying to make a statement here. There's like, okay, there's one top team in the LCK and it's us. By the way, they just destroyed, they took the soul out of DRX in this one. And it was not close.
No. Another Bumblebee emote, 28-3. As that is going to be it.
That's going to do it.
Game number 1. And honestly, Valdez, I mean, again, if you go back and look at the context of their round 1 series of the round robin, this really looks like Damwon just are much better than DRX, despite what the standings would have you say, because you have to go and look at the context of those games. And then just seeing the decimation coming out here in game number 1. Yes, DRX did some very, very brain-blasting pivots with the champions, but the game just fell so far apart early on. Doran got a nice lead, but then blundered it. And one of the really worrying things is going to be Pyosik in this series as well, because it's going to be hard for him to play because his laners are getting matched, pretty much. And when that happens, things can get very rough.
As we saw there, that was I think a difference in the mid matchup. You know, it's something we were talking about a lot coming into this game is Showmaker versus Chovy, right? The two best, I think, right now, mid laners in the LCK. But the champion matchup didn't really give us, you know, the matchup we were looking for, because the Camille was just so far behind.
So
they got bullied over and over.
It's very, very snowbally if Camille can ever get ahead. It's one of those weird matchups where Camille should never be able to get ahead, and it's very hard for her to create opportunities to do that.
Yeah.
But if she does get a lead, then she can just keep smashing Zoe's face in. But it has to be a sizable enough lead to warrant that, because otherwise Zoe will always have autonomy inside of the lane and always get to dictate the pace of it pretty much. And with Trundle in the jungle, I mean, this is another thing about the top side, right? It's 3 physical damage champions. So even in other worlds, it makes it somewhat easy to itemize against them. Your runes get a lot more benefit too, even from ganks and whatnot.
Yeah.
So things are just very strange there. Doran got a solo kill and then lost it, blundered it away. Well, not really blundered it. Beryl made a nice roam.
Yeah.
And bot lane was pretty much a non-factor.
Beryl left like 4 times in the laning phase, and then eventually they lost the, well, actually, they didn't even lose the turret, because they kept it up towards the end as they were getting corralled for the 3rd or 4th time, which was just insanity. Not the first game we were expecting. We were expecting it to be a lot closer, and I hope game 2 is. So guys, join us after break for that game number 2.
어디까지 하자. 하고 가자.
나 도리가 도리. 야 카밀 어딨냐?
왼쪽. 화면 들어오는 거 무서워하지 마. 내가 공 봐줄게.
오케이 오케이.
오.
건배 갈 거야?
가볼게.
안녕히 계세요.
오.
안녕하세요. 끝낼까?
날만. 오. 오. 얘들아 니까 미니언.
아니 끝나겠다.
임건부도 뭐야?
나 근데 탑이 죽어서 좀 이득 많이 봤다 저거.
이런 나물 자식. 아 너 왜 혼자 킬 먹어?
아 야. 나이스.
야 투병 잡다.
한정.
투병 잡아. 투병
한정,
잡아.
한정.
투병 잡아.
야.
오케이.
아 이대형 하자.
한판 이기자.
파이팅.
나이스.
이하라목을 던졌는데 글쎄요. 표시에게 일단 위험한데요. 홈런을 걸렸어요.
잘 가냈죠. 이즈리언. 예.
근데 죽었고요. 그럼 어떻게 되죠?
그리고 아지르 쪽. 지금 노티는 죽긴 했지만 자.
나 근데 노틸한테 어떻게 걸린 거지 이거? 이상한 처음 보는 게
이 상황 어떻습니까?
블리츠의 변수 나와야 되거든요.
올렸어요 3명을.
어릉채로 주먹 날려봤는데 땡겨오지 않았고요. 그러면은 결국에
무시합니다.
쓸리죠.
결국은 소환까지 제거.
아니 지금 캐리아의 바드가 또 한 번 운명의 소용돌이 우질걸 속 콤보를 완벽하게 넣었어요.
지금 운명의 소용들을 계속 꽂아요.
그렇죠.
다 올렸고. 달렸어. 캐는. 아 바드 다 했다. 미치겠다 그냥.
거기서 쇼메이커.
꼈고 앞라인에서 버텨주고
썸이 이렇게 돌자.
최선을 다해봤지만
그래서
트리플 킬. 이러고 쿼드라 킬. 이러면 캐년이. 이게 또 스웨딩 맞고.
누가 대신 맞아주고
끌어왔는데.
누가 대신 맞아주고 다음에 존나 들고 있어요. 맞기 그래서 마지막에
펜타킬. 그리고 넥서스가 방해력이다.
센터 주기 싫당.
야 조직에 있어. 펜트 안 들어가네. 얘 쌍조직인데?
타워 밀어. 건배 미안해. 하고 해보자. 한 명 남기고.
쌍조직이긴 해.
야.
제발 펜타.
나이스. 아 좋았다.
펜타킬이다.
야 바스 좋다요 바스.
하고는
지금 지시였어.
저 앞에서 데미장시 그냥 들어가면서 자 앞에서는 발명 없고 커즈가 또 살짝 이거 앞라인 정리 싸움인데 맞습니다. 자 누가 들어갔어요. 네 그러면서 디도 비루 전설 상황을 만들었습니다.
페이커가 조이를 잡았을 때 나오는 약간 앞으로 몸이 치우치는 걸 잘 활용했다고 봐야 되고
찢으면서 그다음에 바이팔 우리 타워 왔거든요. 전자 기회 들어왔어요. 바이팔을 끌어내요. T1 이게 또 T1에 한 번 더
커즈와 칸나가 붕괴죠.
ENG 여기서
오른이 막아주고 있고요.
클리드가 시간 엄청 모이고 있죠.
그렇죠.
자, 클리드 목숨 2개. 받아주고요.
다음에 오른을 일단 막아주고 있어요. 위에.
둘만 해주면 됩니다. 제트를 둘만 하면 돼요.
그래서 초발이 제대로 들어갔고 이게
Welcome to the post-game analysis of Game 1 between Damwon Gaming and DRX, two of the top contenders in this split thus far. Well, based on the superiority coming from the mid and jungle laners of DWG, Damwon was able to secure that Game 1. DRX showcased very exotic picks, and when we first saw the pick from Senna coming from DRX, seemed like Damwon's going to have a very comfortable phase in that draft phase. However, the Heimerdinger pick completely changed the landscape of that draft phase. Senna and Camille were both very versatile, which DRX picked up. However, DRX usually utilize Camille for Doran, and in a blatant fashion. And maybe they could have followed up with some bans in the mid lane. In the end, utilization of Senna and Heimerdinger to pressure the bot lane to win that laning phase was the intention of DRX, which they probably had some data on in their scrimmages and simulations. And then the landscape of that bot lane got completely crushed due to some of the incidents that occurred in the bot lane. And therefore, Damwon was able to continuously showcase their explosiveness throughout the entirety of this game. There are a lot of combats here and there in this game. There is a key feature in this game, right? Yeah, the mid and jungle lanes were completely dismantled for DRX. And here, a big blunder essentially just ruined the entire game for DRX. Here, unconventional ADCs, with an exception of Syndra, usually have to be on their back feet. And once the Lost Chapter is equipped for the unorthodox ADC, they can push the lane out. However, DRX wasn't able to recall on time to get that Lost Chapter, and therefore they got their waves constantly shoved in towards them. Fundamentally, Heimerdinger should have recalled first, purchased their Lost Chapter, and TP back to the lane to shove out the wave. Once that didn't happen, not only taking the dragon itself was pivotal, but also Helios was able to get BF Sword and come back to the lane, which allowed Thresh to roam freely in the other lanes, where Thresh contributed in killing Jace at the top lane, which also flipped the landscape of that top lane as well. So Damwon knew exactly where the strengths and weaknesses of this unconventional ADC is, based on that presence of Lost Chapter or not, and Damwon was able to capitalize on that moment. Well, the timing where Lost Chapter should have been there was gone, and the entire game was gone away from DRX. Right now is our turn, says Damwon Gaming. Right here, DRX tried to move slightly forward to go for a trade, and as soon as they saw Zed coming in, they tried to disengage ASAP, however they failed to do so. And this is the most ideal landscape for Zed to engage upon. Here, using Yomu along with heal, keep pushing forward, and also allowed Canyon to live. Is this even a champion? Well, showing off a very high sustainability from Canyon, as well as Showmaker cleaning up the rest of the combat. Very impressive. And in vacuum, the Camille pick may have been effective. However, the landscape of the bot lane just completely changed everything. And if things went differently, then the dynamics of the laning phases would have gone differently as well. Here, when Camille was able to pressure a potential solo kill onto Zoe, and the top was winning in the first place, so everything would have gone differently. However, due to that misplay from DRX, the game just completely went out of their hands. And Canyon's showstopper, along with Showmaker's brilliant plays, contributed heavily to Damwon's Game 1 victory. Alright, let's meet who the player of the game is for this Game 1. It will be one out of the two. It is Canyon, 600 points, 9-0-11. He's the only jungler with pentakill in LCK, and he delineated why he achieved such a feat. It's very rare to see a set where his accuracy and getting the skill shots this highly. And also he soaked up immense amount of damage, and yet he ended up surviving. So it was a moment of fluster for DRX and frustration as well. And here also we were able to witness that DRX's champions' ults didn't align correctly. However, and then Kennen was able to stun 3 champions simultaneously, which also helped in Zed's survival as well. And here once again, it's Canyon show-stopping champion, Heimerdinger, and then gets rid of him instantaneously. And it was 11 out of 12, with 1 vote going to Showmaker. In the voice comp, Noguri was saying, "What are you, Canyon?" Indicating that Canyon's been popping off lately. Damwon was able to get the dub in Game 1. Let's see how Game 2 will pan out.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Elas, for the fantastic voting there. Bringing down the average for us analysts here on the day.
He was my second vote.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Canyon?
Yeah,
was?
He would have been my second vote.
All right, yeah.
There's an interesting thing about the player of the game votes that I think will come out next week in regards to the English broadcast.
Okay.
In terms of the accuracy.
You're not going to spoil?
I'm not going to spoiler it.
You're not going to spoiler it? Okay. But it's coming soon.
This was definitely a bit off.
Yeah, this might have brought down the average a little bit. Yeah.
Well,
it's okay. I mean, Showmaker had a good game too, but
he did.
It wasn't the majority vote this time around. And we've seen DRX get into positions like this, obviously CV Max, a very famous coach right now, I'm very curious to see how they handled that bad of a loss. I mean, they got that. I don't even have words to describe how badly they got smashed. Like, it wasn't close. It kind of looks like Afrika up against a 10th place team, if you know what I mean. They were like breaking records, and that's not what everybody expected from this series. Everybody expected a very close, you know, best of 3. We're going to game 3. We're going the distance. But Dama just come out here and really just pop the lid off of everything. And now I really want to see if they have the mental fortitude to come back, because if they don't, if they can't do it in a best of 3, how can they do it in a best of 5?
Well, Damwon, they're banning away Ezreal right now. And all of DRX right now looking a little bit flustered. Kalista and Pantheon now being banned away. And the worrying thing here is that, remember, DRX was just on red side. They should have been able to use that, especially with the picks that they had present leading into R5. But they didn't. So now what's going to happen going in blind? Because realistically, nothing last game was super influential that you would be like, well, I'm very afraid of that B1. Everything was pretty reasonable that could just flow through the draft, and so we'll see what happens here. As Set is going to be banned away.
Yeah, and it's difficult too because, yeah, you can ban away these 3 champions, but it's not like Canyon's a one-trick Set player or anything like that. It really shows how good of a player he is to be able to pop off on many different champions, and so it makes it even more difficult to ban out one certain team. And it's not even like Set is super overpowered either, so getting a ban like that on blue side is definitely very beneficial for Damwon. They're going to leave TF available. That was banned by DRX second on red side last time, but this time it sneaks through.
We'll see how Damwon want to reply to this now. Hovering Camille themselves and Galio.
Okay.
So it's just going to be the 1-2 punch combo out of Damwon. They, I suppose, don't want to potentially give away any of the pieces, and now we know what their comp is going to be sculpted around, and Doran is going to get his pick of the litter.
Trundle. Oh.
I mean, it's pretty much the same.
Olaf.
You know, let's be honest here.
Olaf.
This is interesting because it actually sets up for Jarvan to come in now on R3, which is hilarious because then he goes with the pieces that much better. Chovy gave you the eye.
B3 Renekton.
I've heard,
yes, do it! Okay.
Heard murmurs.
Yeah, have you?
Yeah.
Of what? Support Renekton? What do you hear?
Things that come online earlier than R5. Renekton,
oh,
you know?
okay. Yeah, B3 Renekton.
It's definitely one of those things.
Renekton is just the laughing stock right now of the English broadcast of the LCK. And they're thinking about the Senna here. Okay, they're going to lock that in.
Senna's a really good pick in this spot. You know that DRX are forced to come into you now, even though Damwon opened with Camille Galio, which is bringing it into the opponents. And so Senna, very good at both modes, very good at protect and very good at enabling the dive
attack
here. Yeah, very good at enabling into the Renekton and the Olaf. And the Jarvan has to be on DRX's mind because it's bread and butter with Camille Galio, and in a vacuum beats the Olaf. So it's very problematic as well for TF, and it restricts a lot of AD carries in the meta. So R4J4 could be a very strong pick as Aphelios.
Ooh,
very good against hard-on engage.
Yeah.
A very good ban by Damwon here.
It absolutely is. And the Karma too, I mean, you can avoid a lot of dive and play very defensive, you know, keep them at arm's length kind of Karma style, and obviously enables Olaf Renekton alongside of it. So a couple of strong bans there from Damwon. The Heimerdinger gets banned here, which is interesting. I mean, it's good into a lot of melee and short range, so that was not a bad ban, as Nidalee also is going to be taken away here.
Yeah. Nidalee ban a little, yeah, there. I don't know what the Nidalee, I don't know what the Nidalee ban is. Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh,
Little,
God.
All right. Hello, hello.
Look at his mouth. He's so excited.
Oh.
Get me in there, coach.
I'm getting some hot flashes right now. I'm gonna need some ice cubes up here.
It's Canyon too. Throwing down the Karthus, and now we just have Zaya Rakan.
I mean, it is. It has to be satire at this point. I mean, the opponents have Camille Galio and a Karthus, and you pick more hard-on engage. So Damwon get the best of both worlds. If they're ahead, they can go hard on you. You don't have a really good way to juggle it. If you're ahead, Damwon, their champions love when you're coming into them, and they get to just pull aggro. And Tom, in what world is he a somewhat good R5 pick? You have to have really done goofed.
Yeah.
For this to be a situation. Damwon are just, they're in heaven right now.
Yeah.
Where they are. And I don't know,
well,
I don't need to use the other H word to describe from where DRX is invoking their draft, but
we saw game one, and there were some question marks where we were like, you know, we would have liked the Heimerdinger into Zoe. There was a couple of knife edge matchups that didn't go their way from DRX. This one just looks like a straight up draft stomp from Damwon, to be honest. Like, this is even more in the direction of, like, this is not like, oh, okay, yeah, DRX have some outs. This is more like, no, I mean, Damwon kind of just got the best of all worlds here.
They got pretty much, I think, everything that they could really hope for. They have vacuum answers pretty much across the board. Their team composition is more cohesive. It has more gears available to it. And there's just so much power inside of the team composition. Even if it ends up falling behind, they still have legs to stand on because of the nature of their champions. It's just really good. Galio, I mean, he's the type of champion that doesn't even really harm Karthus that much, even though it's another source of magic damage. Generally, you want to keep that out of the team comp when you have Karthus. It's one of his conditional, unspoken factors, but I think in a game like this, it's definitely passable. I think TF can still get Merc Treads, but no one else on the team is really incentivized to get magic resistance, and so Karthus is happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, you're definitely happy.
The viewers are happy. Player of the game standing is not so happy about that.
Yeah. I guess that takes, you know, maybe 10% off your happiness.
Coin Emperor Tom Kench. It's the best skin.
Yeah.
He knows what's important.
I think you were talking about that last year when
yeah,
when this came out.
Now it's Prestige Edition Teemo.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more coins you need to pick up that one, so I guess you can play Coin Emperor, save up your coins.
Speaking of Teemo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another one.
Yep.
There's so much unsealed spellbook in the LCK nowadays.
Yeah.
Everybody's taking it. Mid and support, specifically, very common. You see it sometimes top lane, like a cannon can take it, something like that.
Well, let's see how everything ends up unfolding. Chovy is going to be auto-attacking the wave a lot. He actually elected to get E rank 1, so just lots of auto-attacks and trying to pressure with that.
It's, you know, obviously good for pressure.
Yeah.
It costs no mana. The level 1 wild card is kind of like, I mean, it does a tiny little bit, but
yep.
I like that Emax, or not Emax,
and okay,
first.
So we have a bit of a mini game.
Okay.
How long does Karthus take to full clear? So if he's really on point, so the general baseline is 305. It actually looks like he's kiting kind of bad. But general baseline is 3:05. It can be done earlier than 3 minutes, but that takes a little bit of bit of finesse.
Some snack oil, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So he's going for the lower HP route. I think we saw Dardoch in the LCS do the higher HP route where you leash the Raptors endlessly and you let the Talisman keep burning and resetting it over and over, and your HP just goes completely to full. But Canyon, he's here to play.
He's here to clear.
He's here to clear. He is on pace for that finish. And this lets Karthus apply. Yeah, okay.
Let's just watch Karthus. He's not going to get 305 even.
Oh!
It's going to be close.
Yes, he is.
No.
Oh, no, we messed up.
No, 306.
6.
No, that's not 305.
It could have been definitely a little bit faster. He also used
What are we doing here? What is this?
Well, it's going to be a wall of pain into...
Are we pranking? Oh, he might actually get the kill here. Okay, never mind. Definitely going to nearly kill him, though, that's for sure. Bit of trading down on the bottom side, but not much to talk about there, as already Canyon having a nice little start here.
Yeah, and Canyon, I mean, he doesn't get the Scuttle Crab on the left-hand side, and so I'm very surprised. They know that Canyon went up into top lane, and you know that your Renekton's about to TP back in. And Chovy has control in mid lane. I thought Pioshik would have immediately push-kited the Scuttle Crab to the left, consumed that one, and ran into the river and got the other Scuttle Crab.
Ooh, this is going to be close. They're going in with the exhaust on Adept. He has to flash, but there's the tongue, and there's the shot. That's going to be first blood going over to Ghost. We're no longer role-playing down here in the bottom lane. We are taking names, and we are getting kills onto Deft.
Yeah, and a teleport coming in to deny them the CS. Ghost is going to back up now. We'll see what he ends up getting. And Karthus is going to keep going back on the wave clear. Chovy is going to be pretty important this game to try to stabilize things. And because it's a cannon minion, not any CS is going to be lost down there in bottom. And, oh, the wall of pain to check. Canyon's going to come in here. Pioshik, I mean, look at all of his camps. He's sinning out of his mind right now.
Yeah. He doesn't really need to be here, but he's going to, I suppose, take, what, like 2-3 popcorn chickens away.
I mean, and he's moving up now. He's hoping that Karthus makes a blunder. Oh, Canyon.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash here. We do have the blast cone. And so, okay, that was a little bit off, but I think that's the reason why Pioshik doesn't follow. He knows the blast cone's there. Knows he would just get bopped back, doesn't waste it, so he gets that flash win over Canyon.
And so he immediately went for the golems. He's greeting really hard. He could have tried to wait right in the fog of war to the right of Karthus where he is, and then waited for Canyon to come check, and then maybe try to get him on that off chance, but he doesn't even try to account for it. And so while he's applying pressure to Karthus, it's not doing a whole lot. It's not stunting him because he's not really growing.
Stun here on a Nuggery. Does he have this? He does. He's going to hit into Pioshik and flash away, but here's TF. Going to get that stun down. Pioshik taking a lot of damage, and they don't have enough. Pioshik nearly dies going for the dive. As I don't know about that, Nuggery. You're going to get flash on and die. Really, that was a bit of a whoopsie.
Yeah, he was trying to get range for Galio's ultimate in order to come up into top lane, but DRX just capitalized. And unfortunately, Requiem not yet available for Damwon, although they're pushing in all the lanes. Blast Cone over the wall. Olaf.
Lane.
Yeah. Chovy, no Destiny.
He's running, though.
Yeah.
They got a ping onto the dragon. They want to check the dragon. I don't think they know that Canyon's here just yet, but they think he's doing this one as a bit of trading down there. Canyon not going to hit 6 off of those monsters there.
They're going to move back into his right-hand side jungle. He's going to get back to farming. And no, it's not going to be the Merc Treads on Chovy. He wants to keep up the heat, keep up the pressure. He goes Ionian Boots for that pressure. Requiem's available.
Oh, God. He is going to flash. And there you go. The flash on in from Showmaker locks it down. And that's the combo, guys. That's what you're going to be seeing a lot of between the two of them and the three of them, as Canyon from anywhere on the map can just support and get so much value.
This isn't just Twisted Fate dying. It's Twisted Fate dying and losing an entire cannon minion wave, plus all the CS, so his passive. This really stunts him. And when Twisted Fate opens Boots tier 2 and stunts his Rod of Ages, he has a Dark Seal in there as well. This is going to be a very late completion. Normally TF can complete Rod of Ages sometimes as early as 9 minutes because of his passive. We're almost at 8 and he doesn't even have a Catalyst. So this really affects his mid-game team fighting because he's going to be missing a lot of AP, a lot of HP from the item stacks. They're not going to come online. I mean, this means that the threshold on him is just a lot easier, and Canyon is going to start cruising ahead of Olaf the longer that this game goes on.
Well, they're doing 4-man dive. We got TPs coming in though. Barrel gonna give them a little bit of a tongue on the way out. And that will be the end of that dive. So TP comes in, Barrel with the unsealed spellbook, making his presence known. They're not gonna challenge here on the Rift Herald though. This will go the way of DRX.
Well, they're going to get the Rift Herald. They're going to have to do something with it. It's already a 600 gold lead. Now, it does cost them 4 members doing this to make this play happen. So some CS, some gold did go into the void. And when that happens, you do have to remember that it did happen. So part of the Herald gold capture is sort of diminished in a way. Meanwhile, down in bot lane Deft, he does have the call on the Xayah, so that'll eventually be completed. Ghost whiffing the snare, but Deft it.
No. Yeah, that was a lot of feathers. Ghost, he's just going to chill there. Barrel, we know him. He loves to walk around, loves to get mobile, giving a little bit of exercise to Sir Thomas Kench. So he's going to be there to help out with that one. The Galio is walking up top side. I think they're expecting another dive here.
Yeah.
And he wants to be here right away as he does not have the ultimate just yet.
Ooh, oh, yeah, Destiny comes out. They see the Gargoyle and his Grey Lady. And this is really good.
Yeah.
Canyon's in mid lane. He's there to pick up all the farm. And
it's not like an Olaf is picking this up. It's a Karthus, you know?
So it's a champion that can actually utilize the gold very well, likes the EXP. And remember, with the way of the jungle changes at level 9, when you hit that faster, you start accelerating even quicker ahead of your opponent. And so the faster that Karthus can get to level 9 is all the more important to cause the respawn on his camps. It's a mechanic that not a lot of people either acknowledge exists or remember. Requiem.
Well, here we go. We're trying to burst down Doran again, and he's just going to die through the ultimate, and Olaf is going to do absolutely nothing. They can easily dive him. That's another kill. Going the way of Damwon, this time in the hands of Nuguri as a 2-for-0. The best friends forever, Galio and Camille. They line it up and take it down.
And I really love how Damwon are utilizing their picks right now. Anytime the opponents are overextended, they know they have the excess damage from Karthus' Requiem to take the trades that otherwise would not really work. And they keep utilizing it, all the while just letting Karthus power farm. So it is adding such a bomb inside of the game that DRX can't really account for because it's such a razor's edge to really walk. And you know, this is part of the thing that we were talking about when the patch notes came out. We expected him to see more play, and then Spirit came out with the interview saying that he's a trash champion, and it's hilarious in reality.
Did he really say that?
That's, What? Yeah. that was
maybe he didn't want other people to catch on. That's, I think, the 5-head move there, the 4D chess that he was playing, because that is obviously not true.
The hilarious thing I feel is, so Karthus has conditions, right? You can't just blind pick him, you can't R1, R2 him, you can't B1 him.
괜찮아. 나만 갈 수 있어.
Right? Because otherwise, opponents can draft around him.
돼. 해봐. 얘 노플.
He has no flash, he has no flash.
나이스. 얘까지 나 힐 있어요. 가자.
I peel, let's go. I peel. Nice.
야, 나 지렸는데 갈리오 뭐야 나. 빨리 다 먹어 밀어줄게.
Saying like, he's Galio's so sick, so good. It's like, what the hell is this? He's learning. He's like, oh, I can play Galio too. Why not? And they're really trying to bully Nuguri up here. They're not giving up on this. We've seen multiple attempted dives. Now we're going to see the Rift Herald dropped here. And they're going to land. Nice little combo. Keria is in the wings. Still trying to find some value with the Rakan. He's only level 6, so for now he's just kind of soaking XP. But here comes the Olaf. This time we don't see Showmaker nearby, but he's got teleport. Running up the wall. And this team, by the way, guys, is 4 globals. So,
yeah.
like, if you're trying to dive and you're trying to, like, make map plays, good luck. Because they have 4 globals, and they have 3 teleports, and they have an unsealed spellbook for one of the players who doesn't have teleport. So you're never going to win on a map play against Domon's team.
And this is the other thing, is that there's not even really a 1-3-1 for DRX that they can do. And in the team fights, they're having to run into Domwon, which is just not something that can happen. But on the flip side, DRX's ability to juggle Domwon coming into them, it just doesn't really exist. And Mountain coming up in 30 seconds, very important for both of these teams to try to get. As far as other itemization can go that we can talk about, Nuguri is going for the Trinity Force.
Here we go again.
Nice
He's going to dodge that one. Does he have the health to survive? There's the double taunt. The flash in from Doran isn't enough, and here comes Galio now, trying to help out with the knockup. Do they have the damage? The slice but the stun from Nuguri is massive, as finally the Q will come in from the TF. And now Showmaker's in a bit of trouble. He's going to have to walk into this turret, and he will eventually go down to the Xayah. But it took the teleport to come in from Deft to help out to win that one.
Yeah, and this is going to draw Pyoshake down into bottom. And meanwhile, I mean, they are going to get the Mountain Dragon. So it's a pretty big victory for DRX in terms of gold. And you can see Deft up here. He's getting all the solo EXP. There's no teleport that he has to be afraid of. And now he's going to end up getting the first turret of the game for himself. They're funneling the gold into Xayah. She's a very heavy champion. What I mean by heavy is she requires a lot of gold to start to get the ball rolling. Mountain Drake did go over, though, to Domwon, and so they are 2 dragons away from Soul Point. It was a really good gold card cancel with the Hextech Ultimatum. Dawning Shadow comes in to give the heal. Showmaker not quite getting the Justice Punch. The new Galio feature of granting the magic resistance shield on ultimate cast actually comes in handy. They managed to kill the Renekton, but Camille can't get line of sight in time via the bush, and then Showmaker has to just go into the turret, gives the kill over to Deft rather than Chovy, which honestly is a bit unfortunate, all things considered, because stunting Xayah would be definitely a lot better, especially because Deft wouldn't have had an assist, given that he hadn't yet dealt damage. So Showmaker was really trying to min-max his opportunity. That would have definitely been the play. Infernal Soul is the Drake of the game. Domwon down a little bit.
Yeah.
In the gold department, a lot of this is Twisted Fate's passive.
Yeah, he's stacking up the G. He's having fun. He is a pirate after all. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be scary. He's going to be getting a lot of items in this one, but are those items singularly on TF going to turn the tide? Because I would imagine that an Infernal Soul for Camille Garthis is going to be pretty scary as this one comes along.
Leandre's is going to be the first item as well.
Oh,
fortunately, the days of Morello first have they've ended.
He's just subscribed to the Church of LS at this point. Like
well,
Leandre Salesman just earned another Leandre subscriber.
3100, get yours today. That's exactly what you need to do.
And it does mean that, you know, he's not going to have the same amount of penetration because he also skips, it's not just Morello, you get the penetration from the Oblivion Orb. So he's going to skip that in lieu of going for the Haunting Guys and the Madness passive. So hoping that that will be enough, and he'll probably pick up, I guess, Void Staff eventually, as we do have some magic resist coming out.
The reason that Leandri's is so nice here is because there's so many members on the enemy team that they build HP and they continue to build HP in the later stages of the game. But after this, he has options with his next build. If other members begin to pick up magic resistance, he can go Void Staff as his third item. If they don't, he has options depending on what he wants to do. He can go Rylai's if he wants to provide more utility and coverage for his teammates, as well as make himself a little bit more durable. Or alternatively, he can just go Death Cap and try to power into that.
Or Magi's.
But yeah, with the game state being the way that it is, I think it would make most sense to go for Rylai's if they keep going ahead. If he thinks that there's going to be more of an even fight, then even Zanya's at that point begins to be valuable. But he can just rely on the Sork Pen boots, given that the only person that has MR right now is actually Pyoshik.
Yeah, I mean, just Merc Treads on Rakan, but that doesn't really matter. It's not going to make too much of a difference here.
Nuguri with what I think is going to be the Triforce into the Death Stance. And this gives Camille so many more options in the game where she can slow push, pile up waves, or even freeze in the side lanes and then demand that the opponent come to her, whereas the traditional Tiamat into Triforce or the Triforce into Tiamat doesn't grant you those options, and there's not really a whole lot of upside, especially not when you're the champion that's outscaling the opponents and putting the onus on them to do something. So the gold advantage so far in this game, it's remained pretty stationary. This is a massive spike in the game, though, for Damwon with their item completions, and you can see that even at this Dragon fight, Chovy, I mean, his Rod of Ages is barely over halfway complete. Things are definitely going to be pretty weird, but this Dragon, if Damwon picks it up, things are such a nightmare.
Yeah, even the one Infernal Drake. It's going to begin just accelerating this composition more and more. And you can see both teams vying for position now around there. Nuguri has his TP. And I said it before, you can't really play a global game up against Damwon, but if you get 5 members in the same place, then you're not going to have to make too much of a global play. You can see that Nuguri is going to be waiting until the fight actually begins, as Deft is just nearly going to die just like that, and there we go. Nearly dies as there's Requiem. See you later. Nothing he can do, and the damage is way too much. Look at the other members too, they're burning so much health as Chovy is going to be able to get that big stopwatch down, but he's going to get locked down by the Hextech Ultimatum. And Adoran, he tries, but he cannot at the end. Only Pyoshik will survive for now. As Stopwatch may be able to save his life, but he's going to wait. The one and the flash actually is going to get him to live, so he's getting a little bit anticlimactic for Damwon, but they still take a massive win in the team fight.
And now they're going to pick up the Baron for themselves. They'll use this to convert into the Infernal Capture. There's no real way for DRX to do anything about it, even though they're going to try. So...
Okay, well, slow. He's going to get slowed, and the smite comes in from the Unsealed Spellbook. Down will go the Olaf, and down will go the Depths. Really don't know why they were there. Maybe a little bit tilted trying to force the steal, but 2v5, it's not going to work. I mean, Olaf didn't have Flash or Ragnarok or anything, really, in this game. So Baron into Infernal, and Damwon might just run away with this one in a 2-0 fashion.
I mean, this is what we predict at the start of the series, right? If you look at the first encounter that they had with one another, Damwon looked like the better team. This time around, Damwon find themselves with an absolutely holy draft advantage here. Whereas DRX are the ones with a bit of unholiness on their side. And it's just really hard to imagine a world where they can blunder this kind of a game. They're up almost 4,000 gold.
Take a look at this.
A better scaling draft, and yeah, we take a look. The Lei Waste just doing exactly what it does. It sets Steph up into lethal range. Canyon presses the R key. You can find that on your keyboard as well. And a multi-man Requiem with Leandri's burn ticking, it sets up so well for everyone else to just go in and do their thing. And Pyoshik, I mean, he's not able to really do anything this game because, again, all the lanes. And then take a look at this one. He flashes out of the way. Here, Nuggery's gonna. Okay, they cut it, but
They wanted to save him a little bit there. Yoshik, 1v1, deft. I don't even know.
well,
There you have it.
Damwon are showing us what happens when you select DRX mode any percent. That's what's going on here.
You're really good at speed running, I guess. And yeah, you can see the Matthias was bought here on the side of Damwon, but it's not for the Karthus yet. It's for the Galio. And we don't even have a Dark Seal for Canyon, who would have had that stacked up. But that's okay. Still just stacking up the items. It looks like, well, he still has multiple options in terms of whatever item he is going to take. Might be Rylai's, might be the Void Staff. Let's see what he does eventually go into. But the world is their oyster now. You can see that the gold lead is like, kind of, you know, it's not that bad. A lot of that, I guarantee you, is the TF. As here's global #1, there's #2. Chovy gonna use his global to try to fight back. In goes Nuggery and just smites him down from the exhaust. That doesn't do enough to save the life of that poor Renekton.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why Chovy is so far away from his turret. Let's see the Q. Boom. Actually, it's gonna be Nuggery.
Yep.
Takes the kill. These fights are just so one-sided now that he's spamming the Dragon X and the thumbs up. Showmaker has no chill in this mid lane right now.
And this is a massacre. Not even sure that they can actually upload this to YouTube.
I don't think children should be watching this.
Yeah, this is definitely an age restriction. It's going to be flagged for mature audiences only.
Yeah.
As this is Annihilation. Remember, this is first and second place in the LCK.
Yeah.
And they are tiers above every other team currently in the league. Obviously, Gen G had a pretty nice fight against DRX. And then 4th and 5th place, a bit below the top 3, especially Afrika. T1, it depends which one shows up. As we take a look at the replay, I mean, Doron, he had a hot date. That's why he was running up for the minion wave that was coming into him, so that he could be overextended in the event that he would get collapsed on. And so he ends up going down. Chovy, I mean, he's going up for poke too, that he must know doesn't really do anything. He's probably tilted at this point.
Yeah. Canyon, though, I wasn't, you know, I think he could have timed that Q a little bit better.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not too impressed, to be quite honest. I think 2-0 and 8's not good enough. Missed that Q. Gave the kill to the Camille. Well, we're in a situation now that Karthus, 3 items, 4-level lead, by the way. Olaf. Remember Olaf, B2, Renekton, B3. I mean, yes, the game was played out well by Damwon here in game #2, but the draft was just utter domination. I mean, it wasn't even close, really. Damwon were essentially given pretty much every piece of the puzzle that they wanted here, and there wasn't much that DRX were doing to draft against it either, so. I think in a couple of games in a row, Damwon beat them in draft and also just played straight up better than them in the game.
It's really scary. All 4 of the top teams. So you really have to put an asterisk next to T1, because when T1 has a good draft, things get really interesting and scary. It's just that they tend to not have one about 80% of the time. So when any of the top teams have a very big draft edge, it always almost ends up in complete annihilation. Like their opponents get incinerated. And this is gonna be the last hurrah.
Canyon is taking a lot of damage as he's tanking up the dragon. Nuggery just gonna come in and pop on a door, and there's one lane waste. How about Global from the side of Senna? The steal will not happen. That will be the Infernal Soul go in the way of Damwon, and already 2 of them are dead. Requiem comes in, thankfully.
Oh, Leandres?
2 of them had it. in terms of the stopwatch. Doran will survive for now.
Faulty.
Yeah.
Faulty, yeah. I didn't sell that one.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
Goblin Engineering.
Yeah.
They're just going to not even bother with their Renekton. They don't care about him. They don't respect him. 27 minutes. Damwon crushed DRX in game 2. This was not a close series, guys. We had rank 1 against rank 2, and Damwon are not scared to show it off. They say, I don't care about my KDA. Let's BM the enemy team. GG. 27.5 minutes. Absolute stomp. Twice in a row. As Damwon really are looking to make a case and say, we are the best team in the LCK, don't get it wrong.
Yeah. I mean, this was an annihilation like no other. All the Damwon players feeling really good right now. Clearly on the stage. I am very happy. We got to see Karthus yet again. He came in at the right timing. Because like we were saying during the game, can't really R1, R2 him. It's too early. The opponents can still draft around him.
Yeah.
Can't really B2, B3 him either. Again, it's still too early. Generally, you'll see him R3, R4, R5 when conditions are met, where it's too late to sort of adapt your draft to answer him, and when he's really going to be enabled by his laners. So, Damwon, they found a really nice R4 spot. They were even hovering the other best jungler, Jarvan.
Yeah.
So they seemed really aware of what could be going on.
That's Zoe. That's got to be Zoe. The skip. As we did have Pyosik, who is very well known for his celebrations, but Showmaker says, hey, we just took you out 2-0. Let me do one of my own. I like it.
Well, this is very bad news bears for DRX fans. It's not, you don't have to cry Armageddon, given that it's just losing to Damwon, but it's a glimpse for the second time in a row what ends up happening when the DRX laners are basically being met with problems, because this is a glimpse of sort of worlds, because Pyosik, he can't do anything when the laners are pretty much getting maxed, and if Chovy's not having an insane day to be a pillar, because Deft has also been looking a little bit shaky here in summer. So it's definitely worrisome.
Yeah. I think Damwon just took the vulnerabilities of DRX and, like, what is, there's some video game where someone, like, reaches into the heart and then, like, pulls it out. Is that Mortal Kombat?
Yeah. Fatality.
That's kind of like what it was. You know, it's like,
here
are your vulnerabilities. Let me take them out and show them to everybody. Like, this is exactly what they look like. And only a team, I think, as good as Damwon are even able to do that in that fashion, right? I mean, so many other teams, they got crushed by DRX.
This was a very surprising kill. If anyone would have asked if Ghost and Barrel could solo Deft and carry, probably everyone would say no. And you know, the other funny thing about a lot of these trade sequences is it really looked like DRX was not adjusted to playing with, or playing against Karthus. And some of the trades, Chovy trying to get the ball rolling for his team, but not quite able to in the end. This was the Galio buff actually coming into effect.
Yeah.
Nuggery could have, I think, actually kited into the brush and done some Fog of War play. He would have lived a little bit longer. This was interesting. Deft clicked away almost like he wasn't paying attention. And Showmaker could have died to Chovy to give the least gold over to the enemy team, but not quite able to in the end. Deft not long for this world. I was surprised he wasn't cognizant of it in the moment that he was already dead to Karthus, and in that case you would just keep running forward trying to dish out as much damage as you can, but it was really all she wrote. And, well, I don't know what to really... Oh, this one. Pyosik flashes out of the way because you know how it is, Valdez. He's talking Zug Zug.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing that Pyosik was able to show off in this game, I guess. I don't know what it is with the Renekton Olaf draft, too. Like, what are we really thinking? They see Camille Galio and they're like, you know what? Let's get lane prio against Nuguri. Let's try to get ganks off. Let's try to get an Olaf who can run through all the CC. And it's really taking it kind of at, I guess, face value. It's not really looking at all the different angles. And we saw a lot of the weaknesses.
깜빡한. 들어가야 돼, 형, 들어가야 돼.
앞에 거부터. 가야.
아, 나 궁 끊겼다. 윤호
잡았어. 앞에 텔박을 생각해. 일로 와! 앞에 텔박을 생각해. 야, 이겼다!
드디어
It's like,
잡았다.
get over here.
야, 빨리 가. 나 탈착해.
칼퇴 너무 좋아. 윤호 오늘의 승리픽.
아, 가뒀어요, 무조건.
Do you know today's winning
주인호
pick?
갈리오
He
첫판.
said in like half English, half Korean.
하고나 가자, 한번.
들어가자. 세레모니 한번 하자.
Oh,
세레모니
no,
한 번만.
it's not
세레모니
Do you know
세레모니
Galio first game?
없는데.
아, 뭐야,
Do you know
어디야?
Galio first game? That's, I
잠깐만.
guess maybe that was his.
간다.
가자. 응, 안 가?
네, 열심히 가고.
아, 됐다.
이걸 안 죽네.
Imagine it would have been, but now I'm curious. Yeah, no, it actually was. It's first time playing Galio this split.
And there is the damage graph at the end of the game. Now, I don't know if I'm about to get debated once again. I gave player of the game over to Showmaker again, so really hope the stats are not working against me here. His Galio ultimates, taunts, and so many other plays were so integral to so many of the plays. Canyon, he picked the best champ, but he pathed really well too. But mostly he was pressing R, and it was a lot of team effort to sort of get into things. So Showmaker was also making the move to the top, trying to drag Camille back in. That shows intent. You can read that on the mini-map. There was a lot of other aspects of intent, thank God.
Yeah, I mean, this one kind of seemed a little bit more obvious. The Showmaker picks it up. Pretty much every play that was made was called in by him. And we heard that on voice comms. He was always in the right place at the right time. First game Galio, he says. And even though it technically was for this split, obviously showing some insane, just veterancy and experience on that pick. He gets so many great engages off, even ones like these. Lines it up so you can Justice Punch 2, just in case the stopwatch comes out. And we're going to have a look at the HOG standings, the player of the game standings after this one to see exactly where everybody fits in. As Chovy, unfortunately, today wasn't able to get any votes.
Now, the interesting thing is that a lot of people, they might have read my tweets about today as Chovy surpassing BDD, but everyone knows that it's LSAK loves Showmaker.
Oh, okay.
It's about getting him up in the standings. That's all, trying to make sure that Damwon Gaming was very well fit on the leaderboards here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fine. I agree.
I'm a little bit wary.
Yeah.
You've been reading something about it.
No.
You've been reading the damn book again, haven't
So,
you?
the votes were 6 and 12. We had 1 for bot, 1 for jungle, 1 for top, 2 for jungle. What? I guess they're not all calculated up, but yeah. Either way, guys, we do have the interview, so I'm going to hand it over to Brian.
All right, DWG ignited the race for the first place. Let's hear from Showmaker and Canyon. Congratulations on the victory. In the pre-game interview, you guys mentioned that this is a must-win game. How do you feel about today's victory, Canyon? Didn't know we were gonna win in such a hasty fashion. It was a clean 2-0 victory, so I'm very glad about it. No, it's been a rivalry since back in the Challengers Korea as well. So, how do you feel, Showmaker? No, I've always had a bad time versus Chovy whenever I encountered him, so I'm very happy to take him down today. Because it was up against DRX that you guys are much more desperate to win. Were there anything specific that you guys prepped for this series? Nope. We just grinded out as many games as possible and just took some medications to calm ourselves down prior to the game. Did you guys try to stay poised throughout the entirety of the series, or what was it? No, I think we got too hyped in the last series, and then we stumbled big time. So we try to maintain our composure and try to get through this series. So from game one, DRX came out with very exotic picks, including the Senna Heimerdinger. Did you guys expect such picks, or was that something out of your boundary? We didn't know that they were going to use Heimerdinger. However, we prepped a lot of picks as countermeasures to theirs, so we weren't really afraid of it. So you guys were already predicting everything. It seems like Ghost has been unfazed with whichever champs that he used. Well, it was 28-3 in terms of kill scores in game one. Is this the Tom one from scrimmages that we always hear about? We thought it was going to be an uphill battle, and we really wanted to get the dub. I think our teammates allowed us to get the dub easily. It's about game one again. You had to face against mid Camille as Zoe. Well, what do you think about mid Camille in general? Because it came out sometimes, but it phased out completely recently. Chobi really enjoys using mid Camille. So once Camille was picked that early, I knew that it could be flexed. So I think facing against Chobi multiple times allowed me to take those into considerations. Alright, Canyon, when we talk about you, Lee Sin and Nidalee come up first. However, you have been outstanding with set as well. So let's check here. You two essentially made this play. So I was covering the mid lane. And the opposition went for a gank, so I just counter gank. And things just somehow went as accordingly. Was this a battle that you guys can win in the first place? Yep, it was. And I think the opposition didn't know about my presence and ganked the mid lane. What do you think about you being recognized as Korea's best jungler? That's not true. It may seem like that because of our laners' efforts. So it's overall a team effort. Alright, Showmaker, what about the going for that best mid laner in Korea? What about it? No. I don't mind that at all. And it's my outstanding performance is due to the support and junglers' interventions. Wow, I was very astounded about your Galio pick. And in the voice comm, you mentioned that. Did you see the first time Galio in this split? What's your take on Galio? When Camille and Galio duo, Camille is much more important because we have Noguri as our top laner. So I played without much pressure at all. Once after you guys took the dragon, you guys you roamed towards the top by sacrificing the CS from the mid lane. Were those all calculated plays as well? No, our team composition has to orient around Camille, so Camille cannot fall back. So I don't need to farm with Galio. All I had to do is cover for Camille accordingly with Karthus. So as soon as I had the opportunity, I just tried to roam to the top and negate TF's roam play. Canyon, you pulled out the Karthus pick. 10.14. I mean, Spirit were the only ones used in Karthus. What do you think about Karthus as a champion? Do you think it's viable in the future as well? I think it depends on the team comp, but it's definitely a decent jungler. So Karthus is very influenced by the laners. What are your takes on it? Well, as long as the Karthus is proficient at his gameplay, then it doesn't really matter. Do you see Ghost making the ceremony? Was he disappointed about not receiving POG? Well, Ghost, he made a solo kill in the bot lane as well, and he did a very great job. But my Galio wasn't too shabby, so I'll try to yield the POG to him in the next series. Alright, you guys are going up against Hana Life in the next series. Alright, what's your resolution heading into the next series, Canyon? No, I think all the teams in LCK are very strong, so we'll just prepare as much as possible, just like how we have done, and take the dub. No, whenever we won in a clean sheet victories, so we're allowing people to go home ASAP. So I'll try my best for you guys to get home early by public transportation. Alright, we'll anticipate for that 10th 2-0 victory. Once again, congratulations. Alright, Damwon taking the dub over DRX and narrow the gap between DRX. Alright, let's check out the standings and what changed.
Thank you, Brian. As always, good to hear from the guys from Damwon. Getting everybody home sweet and early and on time. That's always Showmaker's #1 priority, and he absolutely was able to facilitate that here in this series. 2-0 as Damwon. They're a game behind DRX.
Yeah.
In terms of they haven't played a game yet, and based off of what we saw, we're thinking that they're probably going to win that. You can see the indicator score right next to the actual win and loss rate. If Damwon have an equal score, they will be #1. So you would assume they will win, and we can kind of already call them the #1 team in the LCK just based off of this 1-2-0.
Yeah. I think they're definitely going to catch DRX, tie it, and then the points are going to speak for themselves.
Yeah.
And that's a very scary thing. DRX, it's unlikely they'll drop a series to anyone else in the LCK, given they already got Gen G out of the way. And I don't expect them to fall to T1 in their encounter. Speaking of T1, we got a telecom war coming up tomorrow. It's going to be KT versus T1 again, and then Sandbox versus Dynamics, which that'll be another interesting tale to see where Sandbox is actually still going so far here in summer. It's an important matchup for both of them. T1 really needs to win tomorrow, though.
Yeah. I mean, they dropped the game to Hama Life, and that's when people are really beginning to raise questions about T1 and exactly how good are they or how not good are they. They have to get some of that fan belief back. They need to get people to believe in them to be able to take down the weaker teams. Otherwise, I mean, there's still 4 weeks left here in the LCK. There's still a chance. So either way, guys, thank you for joining us once again. We will see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
The world has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark,